All right. It's that time again, everybody. Hello to anybody that's out there. I also have Boosh with me. Yeah, Boosh, you're excited, aren't you? All right. So, yesterday I got around to, well, I finished off case five. That was a long case. It took the span of 4 days to complete. Rightfully so. One of the longest cases in the series. And It had a lot of cool moments. It was great. A lot of high stakes on everything. The revolution finally came, and yeah. So, as I mentioned yesterday, near the end, there was a DLC case that was released for this game as well, much like Dual Destinies also had um a DLC case. Now, thankfully, this case is also available in in this collection, so you don't have to pay extra for it. So I can tell you a little about it before, I started up. So, special episode, Turnabout Time Traveler. It's the special episode of Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice. This is set after the events of the main game. So, like Turnabout reclaimed before it, It was released as an extra downloadable full-fledged case after the initial release of the main game. It involves a defendant who believes that she traveled back in time to escape an attack, only to be accused of murdering her assailant. The story's themes revolve heavily around being stuck in the past, both literally and metaphorically, looking to the future. And Turnabout Time Traveler is the only episode in the game in which Phoenix Wright is playable in the United States. Um, as well as the only one containing a single 2-day trial. So yeah, Phoenix is back in Japanifornia. One consequence of this is that it's the only episode in which the Write Anything agency can be examined as right, including being able to comment on Apollo Justice's red jacket left on the couch despite his total absence from the episode. Because, yeah, he decided to stay in Korean with Nayuta to make the legal system good again after they got rid of the Defense Culpability Act. One moment. So, okay. Had to eject the giant cat. Taking up space. Love MJ and all. He's too much sometimes. All right. Uno momento, everybody. I'm gonna get situated again. Now then. And chronologically, this is the final episode in the entire Ace Attorney series. Turnabout Time Traveler serves as a bookend of sorts for the series, which also brings back a couple of major characters that were found throughout the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. I won't say which ones. One moment, everybody. I need to readjust myself all over again. All right, we're good. So, anywho, all right, we're good. We're great. All right, then. I'm gonna load up the collection and we're gonna start up Turnabout Time Traveler. And here it comes. Okay. Wow. I have 157.8 hours logged into this collection compared to my 117.8 hours from the original trilogy. Well, yeah, like I said, each game gets longer and longer in a good way. So, yep, here goes. Gonna start up the collection. And this this case will I'm gonna extend it to 2 days. So yeah, 2-day case. I'm gonna do the first half of this, today, and then we'll finish it off tomorrow. All right. Now then, this is it. I select the special episode from here. Special episode. Turnabout Time Traveler. I'm just checking out the cool anime cutscene in the background. The Dance of Divination. Yeah, and Rafa's helping both Apollo and uh, Nayuta back at Karayan. They're gonna make Karayan a better place, a better country. All right. Okay. We start on investigation day 1. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait. Oh, wait a minute.
On the western edge of the Far East.
Okay, yeah, I do have to select it from the, yeah, I forgot, the special episode. That's how I did it in the last one. Okay. Ah, I can't escape this. Hang on. I'm gonna force close this game real quick. Yeah, my bad, everybody. I fumbled. Yeah, I had it right. I just start from special episode, cause yeah, that's how you do it. I'm so used to loading up the next episode from my save file. I don't think it does that for, for the final case. I got a little spoiled, like from transitioning to the next case while selecting the next case. All right. Okay, everybody. Game selection, museum. And then I have everybody on their default episodes. Here we go. Special episode. Investigation day 1. We will start playing this chapter right now. Okay. Special episode. Turnabout Time Traveler.
I'm not completely heartless. I'll even throw that time machine you cherish so much overboard with you.
Please take me back. Back to that blissful moment.
Aww.
It's almost time for the reception, milady. It actually really worked.
Oh boy. That was crazy. So, we saw an airship on a gloomy night. A man is threatening to throw a bride to be overboard, along with her time machine. And then she begged to be taken back to that blissful moment, and the time machine obliges her, and she's taken back to just before the reception. How mysterious. That is very strange. Very, very strange. Well then, it's no stranger than any other case of the series, especially if it involves spirit channeling. Right? Right. All right. September 21st, 10:13 a.m. Wright Anything Agency. Okay, let me make sure I've got this straight. When your magic pennies when your magic pennies appear, I do a backflip into a handstand and then blow out the candle. No, no, Athena, you got it all wrong. You do a backflip through the ring of fire while holding the candle in your mouth. Ugh, there's no way I'll never be able to do that. Sure you can. I believe in you, Athena. Trucy, what are you and Athena up to? Athena's agreed to be a part-time performer in my magic show. I couldn't say no to some extra cash, but I probably should have thought it through first. Now it's human cannibal this, guillotine that. It's not like I have 9 lives, you know. You made your bed, Athena. Now you got to lie in it. No, I'm too young to be taking out a life insurance policy already. My name is Phoenix Wright. I'm the head of this law office. And since when did you become the head of this office, Daddy? I mean, who exactly does all the cleaning, accounting, and scheduling around here? Huh? You've got me there, Trucy. This is Trucy Wright. She's my adopted daughter and a magician. And I'm Athena Sykes, the rising star lawyer of the Write Anything Agency. Or rather, the rising star assistant to Trucy, you mean. If I don't get back into a courtroom soon, I'm going to forget everything I have ever learned. Speaking of the courtroom, we haven't exactly had any clients lately, have we? Business is as slow as ever, huh, Nick? Bet you made more money back when you played the piano. Um. Oh no. Look, everybody. Larry Bonin is back. Or as we better known him as, Larry Butts. Larry is back in 3D, for better or worse. Oh no. Yo! Long time no see! Larry? Oh no. And this is his remixed theme from Trials and Tribulations. Oh my god. I haven't seen you in years. What brings you here all of a sudden? Some big news, that's what. Okay. Who's this guy, boss? This is Larry Butts. He's, well, let's just say he's an old friend of mine. So, Larry, what's so big that you had to come and tell me in person? There's somebody I want you to meet. Hey, you can come in now. All right. Oh no. How do you do? Hi? That dress, is that a wedding dress? Yes, it is. My name is Ellen Wyatt. Wyatt. I'm a domestic servant, a maid of the Sprocket household. Sprocket? As in Sprocket Aviation? Yes, that's the one. Wow, Mr. Wright. Sprocket Aviation is a really big airline company. You've heard of Rainbow Airlines, right? The one they call RAL for short? Yeah, that does sound familiar. Well, it's run by Sprocket Aviation. I see. But what is a Sprocket family maid doing here in a wedding dress? So, actually, we decided to get married. Oh no. You what? I'm not so young anymore, you know? I figured it's time to finally settle down. What? You're getting married? No way. I don't believe it. Besides, why would someone as well put together as her choose someone as flaky as Larry? You're kidding, right? Jealous? I don't blame you. But green's really not your color, you know? All right, Larry. Lay it on me. Oh, man. Larry Butts. He's 34 years old now. An old friend of mine and an aspiring picture book author. As we used to say, when something smells, it's usually the butts. Trucy Wright, my adopted daughter. She's been skyrocketing her way toward being a top-class magician. Athena Sykes, the newest lawyer at my office with a background in psychology. Attorney's badge, my all-important badge, proof of my profession. Let's present the attorney's badge. What are you showing me your attorney's badge for? Wait, are you saying you want me to take up your badge and hit the courtroom? No. Absolutely not. With you as a defense, you're liable to bring the whole courthouse down. Literally. All I want is one chance to defend somebody in court. Objection! How was that? Pretty good, huh? Ready to let me borrow your badge now? You saw how awesome I am pointing, right? I'm starting to think I'm a natural. I'm not lending you my badge, and that's final. Besides, pointing isn't all that a lawyer does, says the one who points at the opposition. Aw, pretty please, what do you gotta lose? My reputation, for one. I never should have shown him my badge. Alright. Let's check for Charlie. Charlie looks as lush and green as ever, thanks to Athena taking such good care of him. I guess I should pitch in every once in a while too, huh? Yay, we got the Mr. Charlie achievement. We checked on Charlie in all the games. Silly achievement acquired. This office might look messy, but at least I keep all my clients' personal info safe under lock and key. That's what a successful man does, right? Puts his efforts where they count. Hollow's jacket, Athena's notes, and Trucy's magic props. Not that I'm complaining. It's nice to know my friends and family are always close by. I bet we're the only office in existence that uses magic props as furniture. At this rate, Trucy's props are going to wind up taking over the whole office. I mean, they're already halfway there. Maybe I should tidy this place up every once in a while. Still, I bet we're going to use all this stuff sometime soon again anyway. So it's probably better just to leave things where they are. I haven't played this old thing in a long time. Not that I could ever play it to begin with. And considering all the complaints I'd get, I guess I better just continue to not play it. Alright. We have examined everything in the office. Now let's talk to Larry. You're getting married? In all seriousness, Larry, are you really getting married? Not right away, but that's the plan. We're gonna elope, see? Like, love on the run, I guess you could say. Isn't that right, Ellie? Larry, I do believe there's been a major misunderstanding here. My heart already belongs to another. Hmm? I'm in love with Soren. Not you. Say what? That's about what I thought. But Ellie, baby, weren't you running away with me so we could get married? As I said, you misunderstand. You said you'd help me escape. That's the only reason I ran away with you. Wah! This is not happening. I even shook off the police for you. And for what? That's it. We can't be together. My life is over. I'm gonna end it all. Wait, back up. Did you say you shook off the police? Yes, we had to, because we're lovers on the lam. Sorry, Miss Wyatt, but can you maybe fill me in on what's going on? To tell the truth, I'm being pursued by the police as a murder suspect. Murder? They think you killed somebody? I happened to find a dead body at my reception, so the suspicion fell onto me. They had me confined in a separate room, and that's when Larry came along and helped me escape. I'm sorry, but what? Oh, Nick! Me and Ellie were going to elope. We were going to put it all on the line for true love. But the police tried to stop us, so we had to scramble to shake him off. Where did it all go wrong? I feel migraine. I feel migraine coming on. Please help me. The police are sure to be intensifying their search. Look, it's even on TV. More news on the murder suspect and an unidentified man on the run from the police. A photo of the suspect, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has just been released by the police. Sources say that the 21-year-old is suspected of clubbing the victim. 25-year-old Dumas Gloomsbury to death in the wedding reception hall after her banquet. The two fugitives are said to be highly agitated and dangerous. If you see them, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, brother. I guess this means we're technically harboring a pair of fugitives here, huh? Oh, Nick, what's a guy to do? Ellie's dumped me hardcore. I'm the one who should be crying. One moment, everybody. All right. I click my door shut. It's not enough for people to come in and click it shut, not leave it halfway open. Rude, I say. Anywho, and now we will talk to Larry. I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been all this time? You mean you don't know? You really gotta stop living under a rock and get out more. I'm the hippest, hottest picture book author in the business. Maurice Dodim. Oh man. I forgot that getup he had with the glasses and the mustache and the pipe. I can't believe you didn't know I'm taking the picture book world by storm. Oh, but I know you. You're the one who wrote Franzie's Whippity Whip Trip, right? Oh no. Now that you mention it, I think did hear something about a one-hit wonder. One-hit wonder? What the heck, Nick? Hang on. What did he? One-hit wonder? What the heck, Nick? I'll have you know, I just created a brand new character to moderate acclaim. He's mildly popular with 18 to 24-year-old women everywhere. Look, you can see his cute self all over this jacket. Oh no. What? That heart-shaped pork chop? He's not a pork chop! He's the main character of my latest picture book. A lovable little soul who pierces the hearts of lovers with his arrows of amour. Cute Piglet! And you can see this adorable fellow make his debut in Cute Piglet's lovey-dovey lark. At stores now. Are you sure? Because I've never seen that book in stores. Now or never. Well, if you ever do see it, do me a favor and buy a copy or 10, will ya? But I thought you were taking the picture book world by storm. Anywho, you'll defend Ellie in court, right, buddy? Please, I'm begging you. I didn't murder anyone. I swear I'm as clean and pure as this pure white dress. No Cyclops. I guess that means she's telling the truth. But helping a fugitive on the run? What am I getting myself into? There's actually one more thing I really need to tell you. Oh? You might find this hard to believe, but the truth is, I'm a time traveler. Huh? I'm not sure I follow. After the wedding reception, I was attacked. I was moments away from my death. But then, in that instant, I made a wish upon this pendant around my neck. And I went back in time to just before the reception started. Only this time around, the man who was trying to kill me was already dead. And somehow, I became the suspect for his murder. It's as if history had been rewritten. Now, wait just a minute here. I don't understand. Are you saying that... Uh-oh. What's going on? Mr. Wright, there are police cars outside. And not just one or two, but a whole bunch. Oh no. Daddy, a whole squad of officers has the building surrounded. What? This is the police. There is no escape. Drop your weapons and come out with your hands up. Nick, what do we do? Heck if I know. I see a bunch of armed officers out there. 1, 2, 3. 44, 45. Wow, talk about overkill. Listen here, you criminals. Think about what you're putting your poor parents through. I'm sure this isn't how they raised you. Think about their smiling faces and their warm home-cooked meals. Ah! Who in the heck are you? A detective? Now hold on there. Hey, you can't go in there. It's too dangerous. Wait. Is everyone okay in here, Mr. Wright? Emma? I'm sorry for all the commotion. Um, so what in the world is going on? Well, I raced on over as soon as I heard that it was Mr. Butts who holed himself up in here with the murder suspect after he made off with her. And the fleet of patrol cars? The police are being extra careful because apparently a certain somebody yelled out, "Stay back! I have a bomb!" I'm sure you can guess who I'm talking about. Well, the police were being so persistent. I had to do something, so I tried bluffing. You know, like you do in court, Nick. Please leave me out of this. Well, Mr. Wright, I'm bringing this young lady in for questioning. So if you want to talk with her, you'll have to do it down at the detention center. I suppose I should thank you for your thoughtful gift of trouble and mayhem, Larry. Come on, Nick, we gotta get down to the detention center right away. Listen, Larry, I haven't even decided whether I'm going to take on this case or not. But I know you will, 'cause it's you. Guess I got no choice but to tag along and help then. What? And skip out on me? We've only just started practicing your repertoire, you know. Huh? You better stay and practice with Trucy, Athena. A promise is a promise, after all. That's cold, boss. You gotta get me out of this. I can't take it anymore. Let's get practicing, Athena. Next up is some training for the water tank escape trick. Stick your head in this bucket of water and hold your breath for 15 minutes. Beep. No. Stop, I'm begging you. Ah, she's getting away. You get back here, Athena. I guess the only person cut out to be Trucy's assistant is Apollo. Well, guess you better get to the detention center and ask Miss Wyatt some questions, especially about that whole time traveling business she was talking about. All right. Yep, it's time to get on out of here. To the detention center. All right. Okay. Let's see. Detention center. September 21st. Detention center. Visitors room. Oh boy. Murder at a wedding. Go talk with Ellen at the detention center. Defendant Ellen Wyatt, age 21. Victim Dumas Gloomsbury, age 25. The victim was found bludgeoned to death after the reception. Ellen is a prime suspect in the murder. Oh boy. Ellen Wyatt, a client in this case. Larry brought her to me. She works as a maid for the Sprocket family. Emma Sky, a detective friend of mine. She's finally achieved her dream of becoming a forensic investigator. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Miss Wyatt, would you mind if I asked you a few questions? Nick is going to defend you, Ellie. Isn't that great? Larry, I told you I haven't decided yet. What about what? What? You're not going to take my case? Oh no. Well, I'm never gonna be happy. Miss Wyatt, what the? Did I do something wrong? What? Miss Wyatt, please calm down. I'm innocent, I tell you, but the police won't believe me, and neither will anyone else. I'm gonna die all alone in a jail cell. All right, I'll do it. I'll take your case, just please stop crying. Really? You will? The fact that Larry was the one who brought you to me had me a little worried, but you don't seem like a killer to me. Oh, thank you! Thanks, Nick. I knew you'd come through. Did I really have a choice? I guess not. In any case, it doesn't seem like Miss Wyatt killed anybody. Plus, it's not like I'm up to my ears in work at the moment. Miss Wyatt, Ellen, let's do this together. Well, oh, thank you, Mr. Wright. There, it's going to be okay. Now try to pull yourself together. All right, just give me a moment. Oh my god, the mascara. I'm truly grateful to you for taking on my defense, Mr. Wright. Sure, no problem. Wow, she literally pulled herself together. Uh, that camera. What is it pointed at anyway? If they're trying to film the defendant, shouldn't it be pointing more this way? Look at that guard. He's standing right in that camera's blind spot. From that position, I bet he could even doze off and get away with it. Alright, let's present attorney's badge. What can you tell me about this? Oh, never mind that. What about Soren? Oh, Soren. Do you suppose he hates me now? I really couldn't say. Oh, what if he doesn't love me anymore because of all this? Whatever shall I? Oh no, she's going to start crying again. I really don't think he hates you, Ellen. You don't really? Yes, really. Probably. So don't cry. You only cause him more heartache if you do. Yes, you're right. As a sprocket bride, I have to hold my head up high at all times. I better really watch what I say around Ellen. Alright, let's talk to Ellen about suspicion of murder. Ellen, please tell me everything you can about the incident. Hang on. Alright. It happened after the wedding reception. I was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. Was it Gloomsbury the name of the victim in that news report? Maybe I should listen to what she has to say first, though, before I start asking questions. How dare that guy lay a hand on somebody else's blushing bride? What a creep! That's rich coming from you. Do you have any idea why he'd attack you? No, but But what? Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Gloomsbury didn't seem very happy about me getting married. Geez, jealous much? What a loser. Mr. Gloomsbury had forced me onto the Vista deck and was going to push me off. Oh, how frightening it all was. I was just about to lose my life on what should have been the happiest day of my life. So that's why I made a wish upon this pendant. That pendant? Yes, it was a gift from my husband to be, Soren. He said it's a symbol of our love. And so you made a wish on it? Now, you may think what I'm about to say is very strange, but I beg the pendant, please take me back to that blissful moment. And do you know what? It worked. It brought me back to just before the reception started. So that's the time traveling thing you mentioned back in my office? I'm sorry, but I have to say, it's pretty unbelievable. Unbelievable? I knew you'd never believe me. Nick? Ellie here is an honest to goodness time traveler. Don't you believe your own client? The magic of that pendant sent her back in time before the creep could kill her. Haha, sure, Larry, sure. But it's really true, I tell you. This pendant is an important part of the time machine Sword made. I begged it for help, and it really did send me back in time. Is she listening to herself? I even experienced the reception again, even though we'd already held it once before. And during it, everyone there acted as if nothing unusual was happening at all. Um, could you not cook while we're talking, please? Alright, so when and how did you come under suspicion for murder? Well, after the reception ended, the second reception, I mean, I went back to the reception hall and started cleaning up the place by myself. Hold on. Cleaning? Why were you cleaning on your own wedding day? For my last task as a servant of the Sprocket household, I offered to take on the preparation and cleanup of the reception banquet. I see. I started to move one of the decorative lanterns in the room, but it was so heavy I lost control of it, causing it to topple over and break open. That's when I saw Mr. Gloomsbury's dead body inside the lantern. So you simply happened to be the first to discover the body, right? That's right. I just came across it by accident. But I became confused and didn't know what to do. That's when some of my in-laws saw me and jumped to the conclusion that I had killed him. So this Gloomsbury guy tried to kill Ellen, but then wound up dead himself after Ellen traveled back in time? A time machine and a magic pendant. How could any of this be possible? Ellen's pendant added to the court record. A pendant worn by Ellen. It seems she received it from her fiancé. Ellie, why don't you tell Nick about that other thing too? About that shadowy figure you saw when you were being attacked. Yes, good idea, Larry. Alright. The wedding. So you and Larry here were never planning on getting married, right? Right? That's right. We've only had a few brief interactions, so I can't say I know him at all. Oh, Ellie, how can you say that? You and me are bound by fate, I'm telling you. We're meant to be together. What? You're wrong, Larry. I've never been so right, baby. It's as plain as the goatee on my chin. Larry, don't make me send you to timeout. Now, can you tell me about the groom, Ellen? What's he like? His name is Soren Sprocket. Oh, he's the most wonderful man. He is truly my destiny. Did you say Soren Sprocket? As in... That's right. The next president of Sprocket Aviation. Wait, he's in line to take over the company? Humph, he's nothing but a rich, spoiled brat. I'm clearly the better choice. Clearly. Larry, you and Soren are as different as night and day. There's no comparison. Ellie, you're breaking my achy, breaky heart. Don't touch my heart, my achy, breaky heart. Oh man, that song. So she's marrying into money, huh? I can't believe Soren chose me, a simple house servant. He's my knight in shining armor, my prince. Oh, my Soren. The shadowy figure. Oh boy, we're gonna talk about the shadowy figure. So what's this shadowy figure you saw, Ellen? It was... It was when Mr. Gloomsbury was attacking me. Uh, right after I made a wish upon this pendant, I started to pass out. But just then, just as I lost consciousness, I saw somebody strike Mr. Gloomsbury from behind. Uh, you did? Then that person must be the true culprit. Did you see who it was? I'm afraid not. Have you told anybody else about this? I told some of my in-laws, but nobody took me seriously. They said it was all just a dream. I can't exactly say I blame them. I mean, time travel? Larry, for my peace of mind, please tell me that figure wasn't you. Of course it wasn't! Ellen's statement added to the court record. Ellen saw a suspicious third party on the Vista deck when she was being attacked by Gloomsbury. I guess I've asked her all I can for now. Spick and span, spick and span. Ellen? What are you doing? I want to make everything clean and beautiful for when Soren comes. I can't have my future hubby come into a dirty room, now can I? It has to be spotless, just like this white dress. Spick and span, spick and span. Let's hope we can wipe away all suspicion from you soon, too. Nick, we better get to the crime scene right away. What, you're coming too? Of course I am. If I solve the crime and reveal the true killer of my super sleuthing skills, Ellie might change her mind about me, you know? You never get the message, do you, Larry? Next stop, the mooring dock in Sprocket Park. Come on, Nick, let's go. All right. Let's see. Present. Oh! What's wrong? I just remembered our reception. We were supposed to be so happy together. Oh, where did it all go wrong? I can't blame her for being upset. Why did this have to happen to me? Where? Ellen, please try to calm down, okay? All right. Well, she stopped crying, but how can I ask her about anything when she's still so clearly distraught? Alright, Ellen's statement. When Ellen was attacked by Gloomsbury out on the Vista deck, she saw in her dazed state a shadowy figure hit Gloomsbury from behind. She fainted immediately afterwards and thus didn't get a good look at whoever it was. Alright, okay. Let us go to the mooring dock. Oh, look at that. September 21st, Sprocket Park, mooring dock. So this is Sprocket Park, but where's the reception hall? The reception hall? Oh, that's... Wow, looky there. What? What is it? I just spotted me a cute mamacita. Don't wait up, Nick. Hold on. Where's the reception hall? Sorry, Nick. A man's gotta stop and smell the roses when they appear. I am an artist, after all. Oh, miss! Yoo-hoo! I thought he was going to take me to the crime scene. Ah well, I'm sure he'll come slinking back when he inevitably gets rejected. I'll just take a quick look around until then. Alright. Wow, that huge airship is moored to just this skinny little tower. I know it's tied down and all, but it still looks like a good breeze could send it flying. Alright. So this bench hit that sign, huh? Hopefully it didn't hit a person too. That would be a catastrophe. I guess from now on, whenever I'm walking around outside, I better be on the lookout for unidentified flying furniture too. I mean, wow, that airship is huge. Oops, didn't mean to say that out loud. I've only ever seen airships like this up in the sky. But I gotta say, they're mighty impressive when you can see them up close like this. Wow, this thing's really banged up. Y- You looking at the sign? They say it got damaged by heavy winds yesterday. A big gust sent that bench flying into it. Well, that's what they're saying anyway. I see. The wind caused that? More like a tornado. The repair guy was saying, don't touch, it's dangerous. I see. Thanks for the heads up. Poor guy. Looks like it was a lot of work. Hey, sorry about that. I actually thought you'd be back sooner. Didn't work out, huh? Lay off, man. I wasn't on my game today. So now that you're done, you mind telling me where the reception hall is already? What do you mean? It's right there in front of you. Huh? Right in front of... Wait, what's that say? Flying Chapel? Do you mean to tell me? Yup, Ellie's reception was on that airship. Oh man. Whoa! A sky-high reception hall? Yep, and that's where you'll find the crime scene. Man, not only does that airship fly through the sky, but the space-time continuum too. But the happy couple's honeymoon got left far behind when it made that time skip, though. Here, check the airship out for yourself with this pamphlet. Flying Chapel Pamphlet. Add to the court record. Flying Chapel Pamphlet. Pamphlet for the Flying Chapel. It includes a brief introduction and diagrams of its layout. Let's take a look, everybody. Elevator, cabin, hall, vista deck, lift, hold. The vista deck, Pega Cal lantern, Pega Bull lantern, sweetheart table. Love is always in the air on the Flying Chapel, the only wedding venue sure to make your dreams take flight. After the ceremony, out on the Vista deck, Sprocket Aviation's majestic Pegamoo mascots will light up the happy couple from both sides of the sweetheart table. Okay. By the way, I figured you could use some backup, so I called in some help for you. You did? Yup. Should be here any minute now. Oh boy. Oh, that red sports car. Larry, don't tell me you called. You know it, buddy. I trust you've been well, right? I trust you've been well, right? Surprise! Now admit it. That was a pretty good Mr. Edgeworth impression, wasn't it? I forgot that part. Maya, what are you doing here? Larry called me up. He said something about it finally being time for him to tie the old knot. But that's funny. I'm pretty sure he mentioned something about being here with his bride. Maya, I know this is sudden, but please marry me! Larry, no. Bad. Oh my god. Nick, what's Larry talking about? He was dumped by his bride. Well, by his imaginary bride anyway. Wow. Poor Larry. That's a new low, even for him. But hey, imaginary girlfriends never hurt anyone, right? More power to him. This is Maya Fey. She's been abroad for her training as a spirit medium. But now that her training is over, she's back home here, the States. That's right. The new and improved Maya Fey is on the scene. Spirit and girl power at the ready. Look at you, Maya, all grown up and as cute as ever. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. If I ever got married, I'd miss out on all the fun of always meeting somebody new. I see you haven't changed a bit, Larry. Edgeworth, I figured that car belonged to you. But when did you become Maya's chauffeur? It's nothing like that. I just happened to run into her en route and picked her up. And by run into her, I mean she jumped out in front of my car. I nearly ran her down. This is Miles Edgeworth. He's a friend of mine and the district's chief prosecutor. I heard he's been busy lately. So what brings you here? Wait, don't tell me Larry called you up too. He did. However, I have business of my own here, at the crime scene. Business? What kind of business? Oh boy. Okay. So, let's talk. There doesn't seem to be any rust on that badge. But can the same be said of its owner? Of course, I'm practically rust-proof. Let's hope you stay that way. So the suspect is claiming that she made a wish on that pendant and was transported back in time. Yeah, ha! Of all the ridiculous things in this world, and you actually believe this fantastic story of hers? Well, humph. You should drop this case if you can't bring yourself to believe in your own client's words. Not that I can blame you for your skepticism, mind you. I may not have a good answer for him right now, but if I just do my job, I'm sure the truth will make itself known in the end. Already started your investigation, I see. I suppose I should praise your enthusiasm. You don't need to patronize me, Edgeworth. Just because you're chief prosecutor doesn't make you better than me. Humph, my title is my title. But when I see a lawyer from some tiny, obscure office hard at work, it's only natural that I should want to do my part to help this socially impoverished. To help the socially impoverished. Mm, well, you can help by providing me with some info. Someone or something reduced to extreme poverty. Eek, that's what it means. Impoverished. A flying wedding channel. That's a rather romantic venue, isn't it? Romantic? I never thought I'd hear that word come out of your mouth. Are you feeling okay there? What? Am I not allowed to think such a thing? Wait, you're you're not thinking about finally settling down and getting married, are you? Wait, why do you always have to jump to such extreme conclusions? For your information, I have no intention of doing such a thing. What about you, Wright? No plans here for now, even if I wanted to. Well, at least I found out how Edgeworth feels about marriage. Not that it has anything to do with the case. Alright, let's talk to Mr. Edgeworth. Incident. The incident. Just so you know, Wright, I'm the lead prosecutor on this case. What? You? Yes. It appears we'll be standing on opposite ends of the battlefield this time around. So I'll be up against Edgeworth tomorrow. But I don't get it, Edgeworth. What about this case warrants the personal attention of the district's chief prosecutor? It's a bit complicated, to say the least. In what way? The groom is a member of the Sprockets, a family with immense influence. If his bride were to stand trial in court, it would sully the Sprocket name. So they tried to apply some pressure on the prosecutor's office. Pressure to settle it amicably, right? What do you mean, settle it amicably? Amicably. It means that they're trying to sweep this whole thing under the rug. To do something in the polite, friendly, peaceful way. Specifically with the goal of avoiding arguments. Amicably. Yes. They're trying to do things amicably. It means that they're trying to sweep this whole thing under the rug. Wow, Sprocket Aviation really has that much clout? Yes, they have especially strong ties in both the political and the judicial worlds, to the point where no one dares to oppose them. Don't tell me that includes you. Don't be ridiculous, Wright. It's quite the opposite. The prosecutor's office is filled with cowards, as I found out. Every last one of my subordinates was loath to prosecute a sprocket. So that's why you decided to take on the case yourself, right? That's right. I will personally see to it that justice is served. I always prosecute to the utmost of my abilities, regardless of who I'm up against, for that is a part of my creed. Nothing and no one can sway me from that, not even the almighty sprockets. Right, if they think they can use their influence to bend the truth, they have another thing coming. I almost feel sorry for them. They were only trying to protect their interests, but all they got instead was you. Gee, come on, man! How can you prosecute my poor sweet Ellie? What kind of heartless jerk are you? Humph. I'm simply doing my job. And I'm warning you, right? I won't hold back. Not for you or anyone else. Thanks for the warning, Your Righteousness. Edgeworth. So how's it going, Mr. Chief Prosecutor? Busy as always, I presume? Of course, unlike somebody who has too few clients and too much time on his hands. Huh? Guess that explains why your brow is more furrowed than the last time I saw you. Maybe you should learn to relax a little, Edgeworth. Humph, nice try, Wright, but as always, I have no intention of showing anyone any mercy, including you. As inflexible as ever, I see. Besides, I think I've mellowed out a bit with age. So if anything, those furrows should have smoothed out a little as well. Maya Fey, a practitioner of the Korean channeling technique. We used to take on all sorts of cases together. Miles Edgeworth, the district's chief prosecutor, and my childhood friend. We used to go head to head back in his courtroom days. Oh. Honestly, Edgeworth, are you really that blind to yourself? Excuse me? He's really self-conscious about those lines, isn't he? Edgeworth, about this incident. Don't forget, Wright, I'm the prosecutor for this case. Need I remind you that I'm not in the habit of sharing information with my adversaries? No, I guess we are adversaries. For now. And you, Larry. Me? I'd like you to come with me. You have a lot to answer for after that little stunt you pulled with the suspect. But Edgy, we're all pals, aren't we? Personal appeals won't work on me, Larry. Now come along. What, Nick? Help me out here! Oh, there goes Edgeworth. Oh boy. Edgeworth is probably interrogating him. Is it just me, or is Mr. Edgeworth as relentless as ever? It's not you, Maya. Mr. Edgeworth is relentless. He always is. Yeah, I guess some things never change. So much for mellowing out. Well, Nick, we better hop to it too. Hop to what? Investigating the crime scene, of course. What else? It's been a long time since you and I teamed up like this. This is going to be fun. Fun, huh? It has been a long time, though, since we were last together like this. All right, to the crime scene then. Yeah, and away we go. All right, before we go, Maya, any ideas? Might as well jump right in, I guess. So, what do you think? Well, let's see. I think the inside of Mr. Edgeworth's car smelled heavenly. No, no, apart from Edgeworth's car. I mean, do you have any ideas about this case? Sorry, I can't think of a thing. But what are we wasting all this time with thinking for? There's investigating to be done. Oh, I can't wait to see what kind of evidence we'll find. You seem really excited. You bet, Nick. The dynamic duo is back in the saddle again. Let's go round them up, partner. All right, let's get to it then. What to do? So, what do you think we should do, Maya? Isn't it obvious? We start by investigating every single place that has anything to do with the case, and then grill every single person involved. Her enthusiasm is kind of overwhelming. Now, go forth, Phoenix Wright. Search out the truth. Well, they'll just stand there, say something. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Louder. Yes, ma'am. That's more like it. Maya's awesome. All right, let's show the badge. Your attorney's badge looks so nice and shiny on your label. It's so cool, like the mark of a true hero. If I can be a hero to my clients, that's good enough for me. In that case, I'll be the commander that controls the hero from behind the scenes. Wait, are you saying you've been manipulating me all this time? Yes. Go, Robo Wright, to the crime scene. I guess that makes me a Robo Lawyer? Yes. Whoa, what a beautiful pendant. It belongs to Ellen. I love its design of a gear with a rose in the center. I wonder if it has any special meaning. May the gears of our love keep on turning? Or something like that, maybe? Do you think their love will get in gear once we solve this case? I sure hope so. What do you think about this? It looks suspicious, but also not. It could really go either way, I suppose. Well, what if you had to come down on one side or the other? Then I guess I'd have to say it's probably neither. Thanks for the non-answer, Maya. An aerial wedding sounds so amazing. It sure would make for the memory of a lifetime. But I bet this wasn't the kind of memory poor Ellen had. But I bet this wasn't the kind of memory poor Ellen hoped to make. You gotta wonder though, what? After the wedding, do you think the couple gets to ride the airship to their honeymoon? That would sure make things a breeze. Yeah, I guess it would. All right, let's see. Let me take a look. Okay, all right. And now, oh, lovely. Okay. Anywho, let us head on out. We shall head off to the reception hall. September 21st. Flying Chapel Reception Hall. So this is the reception hall. According to the pamphlet, we're right here. Oh, the hall. Yikes. We're pretty high up, but at least we're indoors, so it doesn't seem so bad. Oh, look, Nick, it's Emma. Hey, Emma, over here. Mr. Wright, Maya, does this mean you've taken a case? Yeah, it's how things kind of turned out. So do you mind if we take a look around? Be my guest. We've pretty much wrapped up our investigation, so go right ahead. Now's a good chance to find out more about the case from Emma, too. Hey, Emma. And Maya's tagging along with me. Met up with. Alright, before we talk to Emma, let's examine stuff first. Or actually, let's present. We always do that. The first thing to always do, present attorney's badge. Is there something I can do to help you with that? Actually, I was hoping it would help me move my investigation along. Sorry, but that's not going to do much for you here, I'm afraid. That's too bad. Aw, don't look so glum. You have to keep a positive outlook. Why don't you take a break with something sweet? I highly recommend snackoos myself. You want to try some? No thanks. I appreciate the offer though. Suit yourself. You don't know what you're missing. Alright, of course she wouldn't know anything about my current evidence. I just wanted to get some flavor text, that's all. I like fishing for flavor text. Yeah, alright. Okay. Before we talk to Emma, let's examine stuff. Hmm. Oh, actually, I think we have to talk to Emma first. Or... Yeah, actually, I'll just talk to her now. And then we'll examine stuff. What happened? Edgeworth wouldn't tell us anything about this case. So do you think you could give us a rundown? Well, seeing as he's going to be prosecuting, I expect him to be tight-lipped about it. The incident occurred yesterday, on September 20th. It happened after the wedding reception, which lasted from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., huh? Got it. By the way, you didn't hear about any time traveling or anything, did you? Time traveling? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. Forget it. That's pretty much the response I expected. The victim's name is Dumas Gloomsbury. He was a servant in the Sprocket family household. Ellen was a maid for that family as well, so that means the two of them were co-workers? Yes, they apparently knew each other. Mr. Gloomsbury was the lead servant after all. He was very serious about his work, but he was also a very closed and private man. So the other servants called him Mr. Doom and Gloom behind his back. If he was a lead servant, he must have been highly ranked than Ellen. What makes the police think Ellen killed this man, a guy who was essentially her boss? We don't know the defendant's motive yet, but the circumstances surrounding the discovery of the body don't bode well for her. And what circumstances are these exactly? Well, some of her in-laws saw what looked like the immediate aftermath of the murder. The suspect was standing in front of the body with the murder weapon still in her hands. But why would a bride, who was just about to start a happy new life, kill someone? Do the police have an explanation for that? Yeah, about that. They believe the victim attacked the suspect and was killed when she fought back. But why did he attack her to begin with? Well, a mere servant girl was going to suddenly be the wife of the future president. Mr. Gloomsbury must have been more than just a little jealous of her. So his Mr. Doom and Gloom attacked Ellen first? But if she was the only but if she was only trying to protect herself, wouldn't that count as justified self-defense on her part, Nick? It would. There's a good chance she'd be acquitted, if we could prove that. But I wonder what Edgeworth will have up his sleeve to counter that claim. But wow, a servant girl marrying the future president of such a huge company. It sounds like a modern-day fairy tale. It does, doesn't it? Thing is, not everyone was on board with their union, apparently. The murder weapon. So what was the murder weapon, Emma? This clock with a secret mechanism built into it. It was on display here in the reception hall. The suspect was holding it when the murder was discovered. So the victim was clubbed to death with this, huh? But that's funny. There's no blood on it as far as I can tell. Maybe it was wiped off in an attempt to tamper with the evidence? But there is nothing a luminol reaction. But there is definitely a luminol reaction. And it matches up with the shape of the injury, so it's gotta be the murder weapon. What a funny looking clock. They call it the timekeeper. The idea is that it's a time machine. Every time the couple sees it, it'll bring them back to the memory of their wedding day. A time machine, huh? Come to think of it, Ellen said her pendant was a part of a time machine. I wonder how the secret mechanism in this thing works. Timekeeper added to the court record. Timekeeper, the murder weapon, dubbed the Timekeeper. It's a clock with a secret mechanism. Alright, before we talk to her about the next subject. So you're sure this is the murder weapon in this case? Positive. The shape of the victim's injuries and the shape of this clock are a perfect match. I see. I dare say that if somebody were to get knocked over the head with this thing, it's more likely to cut off their future than send them to the past. Whoa. I can't disagree with you there. Star-crossed marriage. The suspect never had any family or relatives to depend on, so she was working as a live-in maid for the Sprocket family to support herself. So a maid with no family or fortune was set to marry the president's son, huh? I guess it's not surprising that ruffled a feather or two. Yes, apparently, the groom's parents and all of his other relatives were strongly opposed. But that didn't stop the young couple from deciding to go ahead with their wedding. Love flourishes in the face of adversity. Oh, is that how it works? Yup. If you ever have any questions about love, just ask me. I'm a qualified expert. I spent all my spare time in Korean watching soap operas on TV. I'm not sure that's enough to make you a qualified anything, Maya. Oh, and by the way, I heard the suspect faced her fair share of harassment too. And from the sound of it, it got pretty ugly for her. So even though this incident could cause a huge scandal for the company, it might be a boon for those who oppose their marriage to begin with. After all, With Ellen's arrest and everything, the marriage is most definitely off now. Oh man. Alright, now we can examine stuff. Oh my. This must be the lantern the body was found in. Ellen managed to move it quite a ways. It looks like a cow, but it's pretty badly broken. That's not a cow, Nick. That's Pegasus, the flying horse. No way, it's definitely a cow. It's got horns and everything. But look, it has wings. Cows don't have wings. So it's Pegasus, I tell you. Oh, I know. That pamphlet should tell us. Let's see. Apparently, it's called a Pegamoon. I did not see that coming. Yet somehow the name really captures the essence of what this creature is, you know? Huh? That's strange. I got the step ladders, silly achievement. Because that conversation they were having, it's like, hey, wait, that's a cow. No, it's a Pegasus. It was the sort of supposed to be the step ladder conversation they always have throughout the series. Yay, I got that silly achievement done. Now the only last 2 achievements in the game for me is beat this case, and then I get the achievement saying, you got all the other achievements of the game, yay. Huh? That's strange. What is? Well, this Pegamoo is definitely a male Pega bull, right? Yeah, I'd say so. Well, with the horns and all. Okay, well, that Pegamoo over there is also a Pega bull. But take a look at the pamphlet. See? The one on the right says Pega bull, but the other one says Pega cow, a female Pegamoo. Right. The pamphlet goes on to say how they have Pegamoos for the happy couple. Sorry, Boosh. I had to move my legs. I got my cat with me, everybody. So for Ellen's ceremony, there should have been a male and a female pair of Pegamoos. But for some reason, there are 2 males here. Maybe somebody made a mistake when they were setting up the room? It's hard to believe a fancy place like this would make that kind of blunder, though. Broken lantern added to the court record. The Pega Bull lantern in which the victim's body was found. In any case, we better check this thing out. Look, everybody, here's my cat. Okay. Alright. So many things to check. Let's check this on the outside first. Did this come from the lantern? Ick, it's covered in blood. Maybe... Hey, famous adventurer. Nice to see you again. I am in the middle of, whatchamacallit? The special episode? Turnabout Time Traveler. So, in a nutshell, right here, case briefing. Murder at a wedding. Defendant, Ellen Wyatt. Victim, Dumas Gloomsbury. Mr. Doom and Gloom, as he is called. The victim was found bludgeoned to death after the reception. Ellen is the prime suspect in the murder. Oh no. Maybe it got on there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern. Can you imagine going to open the door and finding the knob covered with blood? That'd be bloody awful, to say the least. Alright. Guess we'll check here. So this is where the body was found. And the first person to find it was Ellen. Oh no. Grandma, can you tell me about the condition of the body when it was found? Let's see. The victim was apparently hit on the back of the head. Ooh. Here's a photo of the scene as we found it. Oh my god. Photo of victim added to the court record. The victim was discovered inside one of the lanterns in the reception hall. Those are quite the lanterns. Yeesh. Photo of victim. The victim's body was found collapsed inside one of the Pegable lanterns. Scattered around his body were flower petals, a note, and broken parts of the lantern. The petals were from flowers not found inside the reception hall. Eh. Hey, what's this? Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck. That's messed up. Ooh, let me take a look. Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off the Vista deck. It looks like a note outlining the murder plot. Whoever wrote it has better handwriting than me, but looks like they wrote it in a rush. And why do you say that? Because the writing is only smudged starting from the middle of each line. That happens when a right-handed person with a slight hook writes in a hurry. I do it sometimes myself when I'm not paying attention to where my hand is on the page. Guess I'll take your word on that, Miss Bad Handwriting Expert. Hey, even I don't smudge my handwriting this badly. Alright. Let's get back to the note. That note was apparently written by the victim. But why would he feel the need to write instructions to himself like this? Are you sure the victim wrote it? I sometimes write a note to myself before I go shopping. Potatoes, carrots, onions, flour. Maya, are you craving curry rice or something? Oop, whoops. So Emma, where's this Vista deck the note mentions? It's that heliport you see right outside the window over there. Oh. So he planned on pushing Ellen off from there? What a monster. Bloomsbury's note added to the court record. A note found near the victim's body. The writing is smudged as though written by a right-handed person. Yeesh. That's pretty scary. Alright. Let's check here. What do you think this is, Maya? It looks like a flower petal to me. What an unusual shape for a flower petal. Do you suppose it's from one of the flowers here in the reception hall? No, I don't see a single flower like this at any of the tables. I wonder where it came from. I guess that about does it for this lantern. Does it though? Hang on. Usually when they do that, yeah, they do a good job of like making sure that you like found every single thing within the investigation phases in both Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. The game basically told you, yo, you found everything. You can move on and look elsewhere. I just wanted to make sure I could find like extra flavor text Because I do like extra flavor text, especially that really clever one back in case 3 when when you find the hidden rebels hideout at the purification rite, where you check that recipe twice, you get that silly little like text that was like hidden after you've already examined it once. You also get an achievement out of that. But yeah, stuff like that is cool to me. Let's see. It's a hot air balloon, a symbol of humanity's ambition to take to the skies. It's kind of romantic notion, don't you think? Yeah, but I just noticed that it doesn't seem to be tied up to the ceiling all that well. I'm sure it's fine. Please don't let it fall on my head. Yes, that would be tragic. A model airplane, the perfect decoration for an airline company wedding. And a propeller plane like this lends the room a great old-timey feel. Oh, I'd love to see the Steel Samurai fly a plane like this. Can you picture it? The Steel Samurai zipping across the clouds over Neo Old Tokyo? If Sprocket Aviation ever becomes a sponsor of the show, I could see it happening. Why didn't I think of that? I think I'll go suggest the idea to them later. Please at least wait until after the trial is over. Heck yeah, we need more Steel Samurai in our lives. And I guess the Plume Punisher in Korean. Even though they're bootleg, but they're cool. Wow, look at the horns on this flying bovine. He must be a bull. It seems he made it through the ceremony in one piece. By the look of those wheels, I bet he could be rolled around rather easily too. Yeah, I bet it would be quite a hassle if he had to lift and carry him everywhere. And this is what the backside looks like. What's that by the bottom of his tail? A wheel handle? Oh, I get it. This way they can get inside and change the light bulbs. I see they left the wheel inside. I see they left the wheel handle on the inside unpainted. I guess they figured nobody will see it, so why bother? It makes sense to cut costs where you can. Well, overall, I can't say I see anything strange about this thing. Okay. We'll check that table soonish. Let's check out the other stuff. Like over here. And over here. Okay. Oh, look at that. It looks like a business card wallet. I wonder whose it is. Oh no, it's Larry. That face looks awfully familiar. Yes, it does. Guess I'll bring it to him later. Business card wallet added to the court record. A business card holder with a peculiar yet suspiciously familiar imprint in the center. Totally not Larry Doney. Totally not Larry Butts. That's one big partition screen, industrial size even. I bet it caused an industrial sized mess if it fell over. And that's why you're not allowed to touch it, Maya. What? Then who's going to test how stable it is? Just leave it alone, please. Maya. No touching. Maya will touch all the things. Hopefully she don't leave behind, her fingerprints. It's a fog machine for the reception. Pretty cool, huh? Don't you dare touch it. Aw, spoil sport. That's because I know how you operate. Even Phoenix knows. Like, no, stop. Down, Maya. Bad. Oh wow, it's a fog machine. I wonder if they used it during the reception. Ooh. Hey Nick, go stand over there for a sec. Why? Just because, now go. Alright. I've got a bad feeling about this. Yee- Fogmaster 9000 on. Oh no. 9000? Maya, no! Huh? Oh, nothing happened. Looks like it won't work without some dry ice. Darn it, all I wanted to do was surround you in a thick cloud of smoke. Fog machine added to the court record. A device that utilizes dry ice to emit a large amount of thick, fog-like vapor. Thick. Alright. Well, I guess that just about does it for the crime scene. Hey, Nick, I want to see the rest of the airship. We might as well since we're here. True, we might even run into some of the other people involved in the case. Oh, look. Nick, how long has that guy been standing there? I didn't even notice him until just now. Excuse me, are you Sprocket Aviation? Uh, yes, this long animation. Huh? Nick, he wrote something on that paper airplane. I guess we're supposed to read it then. Let's see here. Get out, intruders. Hey, no worries, famous adventurer. You gotta go, you gotta go. No worries to. You don't have to apologize for lurking. You're fine. I appreciate the lurk. But if you gotta run, you gotta run. It's all good. You take care, famous adventurer. And thank you for, you know, making your presence known. And my chat room not being so lonely. It's okay though. Thank you though. All right. Get out, intruders. Well, that was a rather cold welcome. Mr. Wright, Maya, meet the lone son of the president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket. Or to put it another way, the future president of Sprocket Aviation. So he's Ellen's fiance? Oh boy, this guy's a real character. Oh, there he goes. He's kind of an eccentric. I hear he's the genius inventor behind many of Sprocket Aviation's business successes. An inventor, huh? Yup, he even designed this airship. That's pretty impressive. Nick, this is no time to be standing around gawking. We have to go after him. We need to ask him some questions about Ellen. Oh, right. It looked like he was heading outside. Well, before we do that, I know it says we've already checked, but I feel like we have not checked everything over here. See, look, they're letting us check something. I wonder what this partition is for. I imagine people like the reception staff or entertainers use it. They probably wait behind it when they're on standby. I see. With a partition this size, I bet they could even fit an elephant back there. Not that anyone would sane would. And I wanted to check the center here. Yeah, I didn't get to check this stuff. This must be where the time machine was placed. I can't believe that such a beautiful memento is used for murder. It's just awful. Nick, we had to prove Ellen's innocence, no matter what it takes. I agree. We can't let this go down as the saddest flying wedding reception in history. So that's the Vista deck out there. I bet the view is amazing. Well, I guess it must also kind of freak you out, huh, Nick? Yeah, kind of. Mostly because there's no surviving a fall from way up here. Well, yeah, that's pretty scary. Ah, Dumas Gloomsbury, the victim and lead servant of the Sprocket family household. The other servants called him Mr. Doom and Gloom. Well, yeah, look at him. Eh. Soren Sprocket, Ellen's fiance and future president of Sprocket Aviation. He is meticulous about his note-taking. Oh boy. This is the sweetheart table where the bride and groom sit. Where they gorge themselves on the wedding feast, you mean? I'd be too nervous to eat in front of a bunch of guests like this, though. They say that newlyweds are usually really busy during the reception, you know. They have to greet and talk with all the guests that came to give their blessings. They don't actually get all that much time to enjoy their dinner. Ah, I wouldn't be able to stand that. I can't imagine having a huge feast right in front of me and not being able to eat it. They say brides tend to have an especially hard time because of their wedding dresses. With those tight corsets squeezing their waists, they can barely eat a bite. Really? It sounds like wedding receptions are absolute torture. I guess food still wins out over romance in Maya's book. I think that about does it for this area. You sure? Hang on. Yeah, that's alright. And yeah, I also like, again, that the game also lets you know, like, you found all the important things, and if you don't want to see all this other optional stuff, well, that's okay. I still think it's good to check everything, because you get to understand more things, kind of like about the case and the surroundings, even though, like, it didn't seem like all relevant, I guess. Like for progression is what I meant to say. Because yeah, after as you saw when I found you know the after the fog machine, after I found the other things, like you could basically move things along. Or if you're speed running, don't bother checking that areas. It's gonna slow down. You're gonna lose your precious seconds and frames. That's silly to speed run a visual novel. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. Diss it. I'm just saying. You know. All right. Oh, before we go, let's show stuff to Emma if we get any more info. Broken lantern. It's absolutely unbelievable. What kind of monster would plan to commit a murder on somebody's happiest day? I take it this means you don't have any significant new leads. No, I'm afraid not. You? I've got nothing. I wish I could be of more help. Well, thanks anyway. I appreciate it. All we can do is keep on keeping on, right? Yeah. It's absolute. Alright, yeah. Okay. Okay. Alright, you get the same text from presenting her with the broken lantern, the photo of victim, and the note. Of course, she wouldn't know about the wallet. Or the fog machine, for that matter. Large amounts of dry ice were placed in the fog machine to produce a thick fog during the reception. Alright, let us move on. Alright, let's go back to the mooring deck. September 21st. Sprocket Park, mooring dock. There he is. Excuse me, can we talk to you? Excuse me, do you mind if I ask you what you're doing? Oh no. He sure is riding up a storm. It is possible. If an enormous... Oh no. The auto scroll. I can't stop it. Alright. Good thing I got the history button. It is possible. If an enormous change in mass could be detected at that observation point, then theoretically, matter can retain its form even as it crosses the event horizon. Let's just see what he has to say about Ellen. Oh boy. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can get, flavor text. Oh yeah. I think... Does this bring anything to mind? Even some small, vague detail will do. Oh no. I know a lot of people don't like this character because of this long animation. Heck, this guy really doesn't want to talk, does he? Uh-oh. I got a reaction. What are you showing me that for? Mr. Sprocket. I can't read him at all. Not even with an item as loaded with sentiments as this. Yeah. Yeah, he wouldn't... Oh, okay, you can actually skip that after the first time. Don't mind me, everybody. Oh, what are you showing me that for? Alright, so... Similar reaction to the Timekeeper and the Pendant. But he wouldn't know. Or he's holding back something. I'm just humoring myself, everybody. That's all. Alright. Because, yeah, it wouldn't make sense. Ellen. Excuse me, but we'll be representing Ellen in court tomorrow. So could we ask you about the case? Oh. Ow. What the? Not interested. Not interested? How can you say something like that? This is about your fiancée. She's under arrest, you know. Bro, the diameter of the airship is approximately 80 feet. The amount of energy necessary to move one. Uh, the diameter of the airship is approximately 80 feet. The amount of energy necessary to move matter comprised of that amount of mass is. He's off in his own little world. I can't believe he said he was not interested in talking about his own bride's arrest. We'll just have to talk on his level then, with something he might be interested in. Yeah. Oh, now that we talked to him, now we can show him the relevant piece of evidence. Right, you talk to him first and then show him the pendant. Could you please take a look at this? Uh, is that Ellen's? Ellen told us that she traveled through time during the incident. She said it happened after she made a wish on this pendant. You mean to say you two are Ellen's lawyers? Yes, I just told you that a minute ago. Sorry, I was lost in thought. He wasn't even listening? Oh boy. He's not at all what I expected, based on Ellen's gushing testimonial. Anyway, alright, and now we can talk to him about Ellen. Finally. We'd like to ask you about Ellen's case, if you don't mind. Bro, I don't know a thing about it, so why don't you go ask the police? In other words, not interested. This guy is the worst. Now I feel sorry for poor Ellen. Me too. In that case, can I ask you about how Ellen traveled through time? Go on. Guess that got your attention. So, is time travel really even possible? Yes, it is possible. Alrighty then. At the same time, it is also impossible. The pendant I gave Ellen is not supposed to operate as a time machine by itself. What do you mean? The timekeeper, that clock we had displayed in the reception hall, that is the body of the time machine. The pendant is simply a part. That clock was a murder weapon, wasn't it? But it's a time machine too? What Ellen experienced is akin to traveling down a road by car key. Physically and metaphysically, it should be impossible. Unless, maybe the quantum... Oh god, the auto scroll, Unless maybe the quantum system inside the pendant somehow accidentally interfered with the natural flow of the fourth dimension. We're losing him again. Maybe we better ask him some more about the time machine. The time machine? Hey, Boosh. Silly cat. So you've been researching time travel, have you? Moving through the space-time continuum would be man's ultimate means of travel. Time travel as a mode of transportation? Since the dawn of time, man has developed multifarious methods of transportation. Horses, steam engines, gas engines, airplanes, spaceships. But they are all fundamentally similar in that they constitute three-dimensional movement. Travel through the space-time continuum which shift mankind into a new paradigm. I don't know why, Nick, but I'm getting awfully sleepy all of a sudden. For generations, sprocket aviation has advanced the development of transportation. Therefore, it's only natural that I would research time travel as man's next great leap. Oh, is he done? So what exactly does all that stuff he was saying mean, Nick? Well, basically it's like taking a hamburger joint and adding a drive-through to it, I guess? Oh, I get it. It's the same burger, but with a quicker and more efficient delivery system. So what Soren really wants to do is launch humanity into the future. Launch, not lunch. But do you really believe that time travel is possible? It only becomes truly impossible when man stops daring to believe. Besides, time travelers do exist, you know, but you wouldn't understand. Did you hear that, Nick? Time travelers really do exist. All I know is Soren isn't the easiest guy to wrap your head around. Oh, I don't know. I kind of like the way he talks. It's full of hope for the future. He's more passionate than I thought, too, when it comes to inventions, anyway. Yeah, his apparent lack of concern for Ellen is troubling, though. So I hear that the rest of the Sprocket family was opposed to your marriage. What are your thoughts on that? I, Master Soren. It is time for the meeting on next term's project. What is this? Daydreaming about your inventions again? Tut tut, you are the future president. You must consider the business side too. It is I. I found Soren. Send the car over at once. I'm not interested. Oh, Master Soren. You do give me quite the headache at times. In any case, your attendant is waiting. Please go to him now. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, where are my manners? My name is Pierce Nickety. Please call me Pierce. I am the Sprocket family butler. Nick, a butler! I didn't know they actually still existed. I thought they were just on TV and stuff. And who might you be, if you don't mind my asking? Oh, I'm Phoenix Wright, Ellen Wyatt's lawyer. And I'm his assistant, Maya Fey. I'm a spirit medium. Oh, so it is you. I am most grateful for you for taking on Miss Ellen's defense. You have my sincerest thanks. Don't mention it. So hey, speaking of the case. Oh, one moment, please. Wow, what a beautiful pocket watch. Oh, this. It's just a bit of a good luck charm. That's one expensive good luck charm. But I guess it makes sense. Knowing the time is pretty important in his line of work. So I guess that pocket watch is as important to him as my attorney's badge is to me. There is a little time before I must attend to Master Sword again. Why not come to Sprocket's Manor? Hmm? You mean to Sword's home? As a token of appreciation for taking on Miss Ellen's defense, I would like to serve you some delicious tea and refreshments. Oh boy, Nick, a fancy high society tea party with high class snacks and everything. And what about the investigation? Are you kidding? What better place to investigate next than Soren's house? I don't know. Do you really think his house is going to give us any new leads? Of course it will. I say we take the butler up on this kind offer and go to Soren's place. All right. You win. Very good. To Sprocket Manor, then. Oh boy. All right. And now. Uh. Yeah, I don't have to. Oh, wait. I can look at this again? It's not every day you get to see an airship up close like this. So I'm pretty psyched for this. Me too. If it wasn't for the fact that it's the scene of a murder. Oh, right. I almost forgot about that part. Oh. Oh, because Maya's with me. I get more flavor text. Wow, that sign really got smashed up. There were some really high winds yesterday, and they say that bench was blown right into the sign. Wow, I wish I could have seen that. If you'd been there, you would have gotten blown away by the wind too, you know. That sounds kind of fun, actually. Don't tell me you never tried to use an umbrella to fly when you were a kid. I think I'll take staying alive over fun. Thank you very much. Huh. Silly Maya. Maya's great, though. And now we shall go to the foyer. Oh, wow. Wow, would you look at that? September 21st, Sprocket Manor, foyer. Here's Snickety, the Sprocket family butler. He seems to be unusually attached to the pocket watch he carries around. Wow, this place does not disappoint. Oh, I'm so excited. Whoa, slow down, Maya. The mansion isn't going anywhere. Now then, we won't have to worry about anyone untoward eavesdropping here. I take it you wanted to ask me some questions. Huh? That's why you invited us here? I am sorry to have tricked you like this, but this is a murder after all. I couldn't talk openly about it in public and risk sullying the Sprocket family's reputation. Aw, and I was really looking forward to all those fancy snacks too. There, Maya. Don't cry. Hmm. This Pierce guy is one shrewd man. Hey, Nick, look at that cute vintage radio. Radio? Oh, that thing over there, under the stuffed bull's head. I'm gonna take a closer look. Oh no. Crash. I thought I told you to settle down. I'm sorry. Not to worry. Oh wow. Would you look at that? Steampunk butler. Wow, that little mech fixed it right up. I am not only the butler, but I'm also Sprocket Aviation's repair department director. One might say that patching things up is my specialty. That was incredible. What is that little doohickey in your shoulder anyway? It's my fixer upper shoulder mech. Master Sword made it for me. Oh wow. It's my FXR UPR fixer upper. It has too many features and functions to effectively enumerate at the moment though. To list or name things individually, one by one, or to determine the exact number of items in a set. Ah, okay, that's what enumerate means. Hooray for improving my vocabulary. To words I might not even use in my everyday life. That's so cool. I wish I had one of those. Fixing things in a simple matter. But fixing people is a different matter. Even a skilled physician can't bring back the dead. Oh, but forgive me. I seem to have gotten sidetracked. He must be in shock over Mr. Gloomsbury's death. Yeah, probably. Still, I do need to ask him some questions about the case. I should take a look around and see what I can find out while I'm here too. Yeah, let's look around first. Mick, look at that airplane propeller up there going round and round. I see they've got an aviation theme going on. Makes sense for an airline family. I wonder if it doubles as a fan. Ooh, what if the rest of the plane were on the other side of that wall? And the wall would open up so the plane could take off in an emergency. How cool would that be? If that's what's behind the propeller wall, then what's behind the bull wall across the way? Oh, I know. Maybe it's the rest of him. That must be where the sprockets get their milk. Nick, first of all, that's a beef cow. And second, bulls don't make milk. Oh, right. That's what I get for trying to play along. Silly Phoenix. Hey, Nick. Now here's a real lady. She looks smart as a whip, doesn't she? I wonder who she is. We didn't see her on the airship. That is Selena Sprocket, Soren's elder sister. Beautiful and capable, she was a great lady. Soren's sister. I think I see the resemblance. Maybe I'll show Pierce this photo later and ask him about her. Selena Sprocket photo added to the court record. A photo of Soren's older sister, Selena. It looks like it was taken in some kind of office. Alright. Alright. Oh, are those pictures of the wedding reception? Yes, I took them with my trusty camera here. Do you mind if we have a look at that photo? Be my guest. Take as long as of a look as you'd like. Wow. Well, what do you think of this gorgeous dreamscape? A thick fog billows across the room, making it look as if the couple were walking on clouds. Wow, look at how beautiful Ellen is here. She looks a little nervous, though. She does, doesn't she? Hey, look, there's Pierce. Oh, there's Pierce. Yeah, in the background. Really? Where? Right there, behind the sweetheart table. Interesting. Hey, you're right. I bet he was there attending to the happy couple the whole dinner. So what do you think, Nick? Does anything in this photo stick out at you? No, not at the moment anyway. Photo of reception added to the court record. A photo of the reception taken by a relative. Much of the reception hall is obscured by thick fog. Hey, Nick, if Ellen really did travel back in time, do you think this photo is of the second reception? You know, after the time jump? I wonder. Excuse me, sir. Yes, can I help you? Ellen told us she traveled back in time. Would you happen to know anything about that? Oh, no. I, I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about. He clammed up faster than a clam. Shucks. Excuse me, but there's a card here on the floor. Well, look at that. It's a Flying Chapel key card. The Flying Chapel? What areas of the Flying Chapel require a key card, if I may ask? Mostly areas we want to keep the public out of, such as the staff room and the hold, which is chock full of machinery. So you can't enter those areas without a key card? That's right. This one here belongs to Ellen. Wait, what's Ellen's key card doing here? Did Ellen come back here after the incident occurred? I don't believe so, and she was arrested by the police straight away this morning. Although, there was a strange man with a gaudy jacket in here earlier. Was that man wearing a beret by any chance? Yes, he was. As a matter of fact, he was also wearing sunglasses and a fake mustache. I knew it. The only question is, what was he doing here? Alright. A bull. Come to think of it, there was a bull logo on the side of the Flying Chapel too. The president of the company must have a thing for cattle. The bull is a symbol of is a symbol of Sprocket Aviation. To be as strong and steady as a bull. That's the company creed, you know. Probably for all the back-breaking labor they put their employees through. By the way, that bull logo on the Flying Chapel, the one with the rainbow rings, his name is Rainy the Rainbow. Get it? I get it. He's a rainbow-colored bull, so he's a rainbow, right? What a memorable name, huh, Nick? Yeah, for the lameness of the pun. The lameness of the pun. Oh. Rainbow. Yep. Ah well. Can't win them all. Considering this entire series where most of the every character's names are, puns. Don't you dare touch that radio again. It looks like an expensive antique. What are you worried about? If it breaks again, Pierce will just fix it up again. I really hope he's nice enough to waive the repair bill. Oh, it's the bridal bouquet. Hey, Nick, how about I throw it and you try to catch it? Why me? Just because. I bet you look I bet you look hilarious flailing around trying to grab it. But doesn't tradition dictate that it's the ladies that go after the bouquet? Who cares? Just catch it. Here. Ow. Hey, you threw that right in my face. Oh, you don't want to catch that bouquet. Trust me. Why not? They say it's bad luck to catch the bouquet of a marriage that doesn't last. But I already caught it. Whoops, too late now, huh, Nick? Alright, I think we've examined every single thing here. Let us talk to Pierce Nickety after he presents our attorney's badge. And what is this? Just wondering if there is anything you can tell me about it. I'm afraid not. I see. Time is money, as they say. So perhaps you should learn to spend it more wisely. Right. Good advice, but his chilly attitude is giving me some serious goosebumps. Okay, let's just talk to him. The incident. About the incident Miss Ellen was arrested for. Do you think she did it? Well, I can't prove it yet, but no, I don't think she could have done it. I guess you could call it a gut feeling. I see. I guess we have different opinions then. Do we now? The prosecution says that when Bloomsbury attacked Miss Ellen, she fought back and ended up killing him. I agree with this perspective. I agree with this perspective. Or rather, that is the consensus of the entire Sprockets family. Even so, I heard an interesting story from Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. I heard that the Sprocket family had tried to pressure the prosecutor's office into burying this case. I fear you're mistaken. All we sought was merely a legal consolation. A legal consultation. Okay, yeah. A formal meeting or discussion where individuals exchange information, seek advice, or deliberate on a specific topic before making a decision. Ah, consultation. Cool. Alright. Besides, none of it matters now, so she is no longer a part of this family. Fortunately for us, they had yet to get their marriage license before holding the banquet. So basically, once they realized they couldn't sway the prosecution, they cut her loose. I realize how callous I must sound, but my duty is to protect the Sprockets family, and more specifically, Sprocket Aviation's future, and Master Soren, whose genius is essential to the company. I will do anything to achieve that goal. That is my job as the Sprockets family butler. You know, I think Pierce and Mr. Edgeworth would get along really well, don't you think? Yeah, I could easily picture Edgeworth with a butler. Oh, and by the way, I suppose I should tell you about this as well. It's about when the members of the extended family and I discovered the crime. Time travel. Did Ellen say anything to you about traveling through time? She must have been delirious. There is no need to take such a claim seriously. Soren himself said that time travel was possible, though. Master Soren said that. It sounds like he is still stuck in the past. He's psychologically stuck, I take it. Huh? Excuse me. What is it? I see. I believe I told you the madam will be having milk tea. Still, have them in slices at the ready, just in case. We must not disappoint her. Understand? You sure are busy. All in the day's work. Still, we really do need Master Soren to start focusing on the business side of things soon. Um, could you tell us about that thing you mentioned about Soren's past? There is something in Master Soren's past that he wishes he could change. Please forgive me. This isn't something I should be sharing with strangers. Now I really want to know what Soren's still hung up on. Discovering the crime. It was something after the reception. Some of the Master's relatives and I went to clean up the reception hall. And that is when we saw it. A woman standing in front of the victim with a bloody murder weapon in her hand. Uh, it was none other than Miss Ellen. But Pierce, it wasn't what it looked like. That's right. She just happened to find the body. I do not know what Miss Ellen has told you, but what we witnessed was unmistakably the moment immediately after the deed had been committed. Mm, and that is what I told the police who came in response to my call. And that is what I told the police who came in response to my call. I see. So Pierce was the one who reported it to the police, huh? Alright, now let's present evidence. Master Soren made the timekeeper as a symbol of their love for each other. A symbol now tainted with blood. I can only imagine how shocking this must be for Master Soren. But surely Soren believes in the woman he loves. Master Soren has the future of Sprocket Aviation to think about. He cannot afford to let his personal feelings affect his judgment. That's awful. You might think so, but that's the kind of responsibility he must bear. All because he's in line to be the next president, huh? Sounds like it's not going to be easy to find out how Soren really feels about anything. Alright. This incident has severely damaged the company's reputation. I expect reservations for weddings on the Flying Chapel will face an unfortunate decline. Pierce, you just lost a subordinate. Yet all you can think about is the business? I am not made of stone, I assure you. But if the company were to go under because of this incident, countless employees would lose their jobs. I see. To be honest, I wish we could have hidden this tragedy from the public. But now that it's going to trial, I suppose there is nothing to be done about it. So the fate of the company depends on this trial. This is more than I bargained for. Master Sword made the timekeeper as a symbol of their love for each other. A symbol now tainted with blood. I can only imagine how shocking this must be for Master Soren. But surely Soren believes in the woman he loves. Master Soren has the future of Sprocket Aviation to think about. He cannot afford to let his personal feelings affect his judgment. That's awful. You might think so, but that's the kind of responsibility he must bear. All because he's in line to be the next president, huh? Sounds like it's not going to be easy to find out how Soren really feels about anything. Yeah, that was the same thing as the, locket. He wouldn't know nothing about the broken lantern. Bloomsbury. How could he do something so deranged? It is truly a shame. As a servant, he was a cut above the rest. Mr. Gloomsbury worked under you, correct? Were there any signs that he was going to do anything like that to Ellen? No. He gave no indication whatsoever. If only I'd realized what he was up to sooner. I see. Alright, same thing as the note. Log machine. He wouldn't know that. The photo of the reception. This incident has severely damaged the company's reputation. Okay, same. Alright, and now we're gonna move things along. Before I continue on, hang on everybody. Sorry, Bush, I have to close my door. Sorry, Bush. Didn't mean to. You were so comfortable, I know. People keep coming in my room and not closing my door. It's so disrespectful. I shouldn't have to tell anybody. I shouldn't have to put up a sign. It also breaks up the pacing. I run a tight ship around here. Hi, Boosh. You can come here, boy. Come on. You can come back. Look, everybody. Boosh just wants to be comfortable. I'm sorry, Boosh. Boosh, no. Don't eat that. He's trying to eat my phone. No, Boosh. I need to take calls. And I need to use this and my phone. I like to look up, stuff for information and stuff. Stop. It's cat time. Little cat intermission, everybody. Hello, Chuck. Hello, Chuck. I'm almost done with the investigation phase of this case. So, in a nutshell, Chuck, so there's a bride named Ellen Wyatt, and she is accused of killing Dumas Gloomsbury, a servant. The victim was found bludgeoned to death after a reception. Ellen is a prime suspect in the murder. Oh, and Larry's back. And here's the victim. And then right now, Athena is forced to help Trucy with her magic tricks, to her dismay. Maya's with me. Also met Edgeworth. And Emma's back too. And this is the fiancé of Ellen Wyatt. And we're talking to the butler right now. Alright. I'm about to present the evidence to move things along. So Lena Sprocket. Here's the woman in this photo is Soren's older sister, right? I don't think we've met her yet. Yes, about that. He seems hesitant all of a sudden. If you wouldn't mind, could you tell us about her? All right, very well. She's a big part of Master Soren's past, after all. Soren's past? Soren's past. Alright. We'll talk about Soren's past. Master Soren will become the next president of Sprocket Aviation. However, that wasn't always so. Miss Selena Sprocket, Master Soren's elder sister, was next in line. So why isn't she becoming the next president? Because she died in a car accident. Oh no, the sad music. This is one of my favorite tracks in this game. It plays at a good, well, sad moments, but they use it in such good effect. Oh no. What? I had no idea. Actually, Master Soren was in the car with her at the time of the accident. Losing the sister he loved right before his eyes devastated him. Aww. So that's why he's probably the way he is. Yep. Ever since then, he has buried himself in his research on time machines. Oh. He also became a quiet and meticulous, almost compulsive, note-taker around then. He seemed so stiff and robotic. I had no idea he was carrying all that around inside him. Master Sword has abandoned the company business and spends all his time on inventions. As the family butler, I am truly concerned. I believe it is high time he let go of the past. Hey, Nick! What are you doing here? Oh no. Oh no. Larry? Oh man, Edgy gave me a heck of a hard time. Larry, what are you doing here? I came to promote my new character, Q-Piglet. I was hoping Sprocket Aviation would be some kind of tie-in with me for it. I was hoping Sprocket Aviation would do some kind of tie-in with me for it. Wow, I didn't know Larry was such an aggressive businessman. You could learn a thing or two from him, Nick. Why don't you promote your agency to them? Now's not exactly a time for that, in case you haven't noticed. See? And this is why you'll never be rich. Actually, Larry, I've been meaning to ask you something. You were there in the Flying Chapel yesterday, right? No? Was I? Er, what were you doing there? Nothing. Whatever it was, I bet it wasn't anything to be proud of. But never mind that. Did you see anything that had to do with the case? Scratch that. Let's start with, you weren't involved in this case, were you? Larry? Hey, he took off! I just knew it. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Come on, Maya. After him. Oh, are you leaving so soon? We, have to run. Thank you for making time for us. I know you have to investigate, but please try to spare the family's feelings, as you do. Yes, of course. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Yeah, we got nothing else to present. We already talked. We already... Hold on. Let's see if we can check one more thing. Nah, we're good. Yeah, we checked everything. We are super out of here. All right. Let's go back to the mooring dock. September 21st. Sprocket Park. Mooring dock. There he is. Hey, Larry. Hey there, Fred. Fancy meeting you here. There's nothing fancy about it. All we did was follow you. So tell me, Larry, why'd you run away like that? Huh, me? I don't know what you're talking about. A bolt of inspiration from my new picture book hit me, and I had to run is all. It was like a Koopa-fanny, you dig? Right. He's gonna keep on playing dumb, isn't he, Nick? Alright. Let us talk. What you saw on the airship. Come on, Larry. I know you were on that airship, so what did you see? I didn't see anything! I didn't see anything because I was never on that stupid airship. Sure you weren't, Larry. Sure you weren't. Cyclops. Cyclops. You say something? The spiritual power of this Magatama allows me to see these mystical locks that appear when someone is trying to hide something from me. They're called Cyclops, and when I see them, I simply present the Magatama to try my hand at breaking them. If I can unlock them, I'm sure to finally get a straight answer out of him. Alright, now before we, break any flavor text. Do you really think you could prove Ellie's innocence with that? If I knew, I wouldn't need to conduct an investigation now, would I? Now look at the evidence, Larry. Can you tell me anything about it? Nope, sorry. Can't think of a thing. Good thing I had low expectations from the start then. Yeah. What about your wallet, Larry? I found this in the reception hall. Say, that's a pretty stylish wallet, ain't it? Have you ever seen it before? Nope. I'll take that as a yes, which means he must be trying to hide something from me. I don't know anything about that wallet. I'll just have to take him to task later. Yeah. Whoa! Who is she? Who is this lovely vision? Larry. This is Soren's older sister. She died in the car accident. No! How could such a beautiful flame have been snuffed out like that? If she were alive today, I bet I could have made her happy. That's funny. I thought you were in love with Ellen. Don't get me wrong, Nick. I just want to make all the pretty ladies of this world happy. That's all. I think you're the one getting it wrong. Yup. Oh, Larry. Larry. Yeah, he wouldn't know a thing about the freaking note or about the victim. Just fishing for flavor text, which I already got out of him. Yeah, I already showed him the badge. Alright, let's break those psych locks. Alright, Larry.
Take that!
What Larry is hiding. This is no time for games, Larry. I will find out what you're hiding. I'm telling you, Nick, you got it all wrong. I've got nothing to do with this case whatsoever. Oh, come on, Larry. Even a baby could see through such a blatant, obvious lie. Nothing whatsoever, huh? If you weren't involved, Larry, then you wouldn't have been involved with this person, Ellen Wyatt.
Take that!
You're the one who brought Ellen to my office in the first place. And all those cops. Nothing to do with the case whatsoever isn't gonna cut it this time, Larry. If you have to lie, at least do a better job of it. Wah! Don't miss me, Nick! If you're so convinced I'm lying, then let me ask you this. What makes you think I was on that stupid old airship anyway? Let me see some proof, if you got any. Doubling down, are you? Fine. You want proof, Larry? Here's proof that you were on that airship. This is your proof right here. The business card wallet.
Take that!
Oh. This is your business card wallet, isn't it? I found it in the reception hall. Yeah! Time to come clean, Larry Butts. What exactly are you hiding? Where? Alright, fine. You got me. I'll tell you everything. Unlock successful. Alright, Larry. Out with it. What you saw on the airship. Larry, what were you doing on that airship anyway? Well, I went there to deliver the welcome to our wedding sign they ordered from me. Huh? I didn't know you took on real jobs like that too. Well, for your information, my wedding welcome signs are very popular in the net. And that's how you met Ellen? Uh-huh. I mean, I'd seen her in the photo for the welcome sign, but seeing her in person? The way she smiled at me and said, "Thank you." Huh. I felt like I've been hit by lightning. And that's when you fell in love with somebody else's bride, huh? So were you invited to the reception? Can you believe they told me only family and relatives could attend? They wouldn't even let me into the reception hall. Smart move on their part, I'd say. I got upset and started wandering around the airship. That must be when I dropped my business card wallet. So somebody else must have found it. Oh, he's blowing a bubble. That's funny. And brought it to the... So somebody else must have found it and brought it to the reception hall then. But you know what? I saw something incredible while I was in that flying chapel. Like, get a load of this! What the heck is this? What do you mean? What is this? Isn't it obvious? It's a drawing. I sketched a picture of one of the cabins on the airship. So what's so incredible about a cabin? Look at what was outside the window. It's one of those flying dinosaurs. A real live pterodactyl. I looked out the cabin window, and there it was, just flying out there. That airship traveled through time, I tell you. What? What? When I told that Pierce Butler guy about it, he told me to never mention it to anybody ever again. But why would he try to keep you from spouting what is clearly just nonsense? Maybe Sprocket Aviation is secretly developing a time machine. No way. Nick, this case is totally amazing. Larry. Larry! You didn't tell Mr. Edgeworth about this, did you? Of course not. Edgy would just roll his eyes and think I was off my rocker. I didn't even tell him I was wandering around that airship. I told him I met Ellie at the mooring deck and we ran away together. Yeah, I could see Edgeworth's eyes rolling right out of his head had he heard about this. Larry's drawing added to the court record. Larry's drawing. A drawing Larry made from inside a cabin. It shows a pterodactyl flying outside the window. Oh no. This is a good track here too. So Larry also experienced the time slip somehow. But how is that possible? Hey Nick, I'll be taking my card wallet back now, if you don't mind. Business card wallet swiped back by Larry. You could have it. Oh yeah, this is for you. What is it? Oh, it's a picture of the hold. I took it when I was wandering around the airship. Interesting. See? There's Ellie right there in the middle. Um, the hold? Yeah, see? It's right here in the diagram. Right there. Okay, so now I know where the hold is. But what was Ellen doing there? Well, they were using it as a prepping area for the reception. I see. And around when did you take this? Before the reception. I took it while Ellie was getting everything ready. So this was taken before the incident occurred. I don't know if it'll be of any help, but thanks for this anyway. Photo of hold added to the court record. By the way, Larry, I heard that the door to the hold is controlled by a security system. So how'd you get in there? That's a trade secret, can't tell ya. And the hits just keep on coming. Well, I guess that's basically a wrap on the investigation. Not quite, Nick. I want to meet Ellen too. Oh, that's right, you haven't met her yet, have you? Okay, let's head over to the detention center then, so you can say hi. Yay. Alright. Oh boy. And now we're going to end the investigation by going here. September 21st. Detention Center. Visitor's room. No! Why? Please understand that this is in Master Soren's best interest. Sounds like Ellen's busy talking with someone. Oh, the next president cannot be married to a criminal. It would disgrace Sprocket Aviation. Miss Ellen, I need you to forget about this marriage. Pardon us if it isn't Mr. Wright. So their marriage is definitely off? There is no other choice. We cannot have a criminal in the family. For the sake of Master Soren and the Sprocket family, this is what is best. No. Oh no. In that case, what if Nick were proved what if Nick here proved Ellen's innocence? Then you wouldn't have a criminal in the family, right? I suppose you're right, but I am afraid that will be impossible. That's not true. Not for Nick. He may look like a nobody, but he can do some pretty amazing things. I don't take cases on lightly, so rest assured, I will prove her innocence. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I understand your name is quite well known in the judicial world. For better or for worse. Pierce, I want you to promise me this. If I can prove Ellen's innocence, then you won't stand in the way of Soren and Ellen's marriage. Humph, very well. But not even the most talented lawyer in the world can change reality itself. And the reality is, Miss Ellen is guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt. I believe that's where you're wrong, Pierce. I'm clean! I swear I am! Obsessively, compulsively clean! Just as clean and pure as his pure white dress. Fine. You have my word, but you will be the one to regret this promise. Now, if you will excuse me. Now I have all the more reason to win this case. Ellen, we finished our investigation. We'd like to talk with you about what we found. Okay, so what did you find out? Alright. Let's see if we can get any flavor text from you. Yeah, you wouldn't know nothing about that. Probably she would have known nothing about the new evidence, I think. Unless it was something pivotal. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I already showed her something similar. Photo of the reception. Oh, a reaction. Oh, poor Selena. I feel so sad about what happened to her. Selena! Yikes, Ellen, please try to calm down. Pretty please with sugar on top. Soren and I were supposed to be happy, for Selena's sake too. Wow. We should probably leave this topic alone, Nick. We will. Alright, so I got a reaction of showing her the picture of Selena. Ellen, can you tell me if this is Mr. Gloomsbury's handwriting? No, I'm sorry. I'm not very familiar with his handwriting. I see. And unless the handwriting is very distinct, I know it's often hard to tell. I'm sorry, but I'm not very comfortable with looking at a note which details a plan on how to murder me written on it. Oh, sorry, I guess that should go without saying. Yeah. Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck. Yeah, it's messed up. Are you alright? I don't feel very well. Nick, that photo is a bit much for most normal people, you know. Yeah, I guess you're right. Oops, that was pretty inconsiderate of me. Yeah, it's a photo of a dead body. Of the dude that was trying to kill you. Oh, yeah. Flavor text, I already got. The ugly cry. Okay. Okay. Wow. My foot. Okay. It's good. It's fine. She wouldn't know nothing about my attorney's badge. I'm only trying to defend you. Your own statement. Okay. And I already got all that text there too, which I read before. Okay. Investigation results. In the course of our investigation, we heard that you have been seen standing in front of the victim with the murder weapon in your hands. Yup, so it seems. It wasn't what it looked like. It's true I was holding the murder weapon. But when I found him, he was already dead. I panicked, and I was hoping I would go back in time again, like I had done earlier. So I picked up the timekeeper from the pedestal and brought it over without thinking. You were so desperate, you were ready to try anything, huh? Unfortunately, that sort of behavior makes you an easy target for the prosecution. No, and as for your little trip through time, none of your in-laws would confirm your story, I'm afraid. I see. The only exception is Larry. He said he saw something. Really? What did he see? Time travel. Time travel. Can't say I quite believe it myself, but Larry claims he saw something incredible. He claims he saw a pterodactyl flying outside the airship. What? Not only that, but apparently Pierce Nickety told Larry to keep quiet about it. But why would Pierce do such a thing? Larry's theory is that Sprocket Aviation is developing something in secret. A time machine, to be exact. Do you think? Do you think that's why nobody would confirm my story? Because it's a secret? I really don't know. But speaking of your in-laws, we did manage to find your key card at Sprocket Manor. One of your in-laws said he'd keep an eye on it for you. Oh, thank goodness. I lost it while I was getting things ready for the reception. I've looked everywhere for it. I'm so glad you found it. At least they're tears of joy this time, for a change. Same tears to me. Well, Nick, it looks like you'll have to prove the existence of time travel in court tomorrow. Oh no. That's right. I swear that while Mr. Gloomsbury was being killed, I was busy traveling back through time. Great. With stodgy skeptic Edgeworth at the helm for the prosecution tomorrow. Something dull, uninteresting, or overly traditional. Alright. We're really gonna have our work cut out for us. Yeah, I was looking stodgy. Alright, everybody. Get ready. I'm gonna go to court. We're gonna go to court. Save your progress. So yeah, I'm gonna do this day of court, and then that's where we're gonna call it. I'm gonna do the second half of this case tomorrow. September 22nd, 8:45 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. Alright. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Ellen. I see you're still wearing your wedding gown. Yeah. Totally not weird. And I will continue to wear it until our marriage is saved. Oh, Soren. Oh no. Mr. Personality here. Do you think he came to see how she's holding up? Soren, my love. You came all the way to the courthouse just to see me? Oh, Soren, I don't know what to say. Blueprints. Huh? The engine blueprints. I can't find them. Do you know where they are? Oh, they're in your room. Third shelf from the bottom, on the right-hand side. Ah, I see. He's leaving already? Don't tell me he came just to ask about some stupid blueprints. Is he really that cold of a person? Or is that just how he comes off, I wonder? What about me, Soren? Ellen. He's back. Come home soon. Um, lost without you. Oh, Soren! Later. That's his way of showing some form of affection. Looks like showing your vulnerabilities is the fastest way to capturing a woman's heart. You should take notes on this, Nick. Please leave me out of this. Yes, please. Anyway, it looks like Soren isn't big on words, but it's clear that he cares about Ellen. Knowing that, I actually feel kind of relieved. Mr. Wright, I just absolutely can't be found guilty. You hear? Don't worry. I'm going to do everything I can to prove your innocence. Thank you, Mr. Wright. The trial is about to start, sir. Edgeworth. Knowing him, he's not going to yield an inch. So I've just got to fight with everything I've got and save Ellen. September 22nd, 9 a.m. District Court, Courtroom, number 6. Day 1. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Ellen Wyatt. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Seeing so many familiar faces gathered together like this, I feel as though I'm at a grand reunion. It makes me want to go out for dinner and a drink, a reminiscence with all of you. Oh, that sounds like a great idea. I was dying for a real burger the whole time I was away. We could make it a welcome back party for Maya. How about it, Edgeworth? I have no intention of cavorting with my enemies. Now then, Your Honor, let us start this trial at once. Ho ho! Still not one for your light-hearted banter, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? Humph. Jokes and good humor are beyond worthless in a court of law. Guess we'll just have to have the party without him then. However, were it after the conclusion of this trial, I might consider joining you for your little welcome back party. I certainly wouldn't mind an invite, at the very least. He's still as emotionally constipated as ever, I see. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please go over the details of this case for us. The victim was Dumas Gloomsbury, a servant in the Sprocket household. He was in attendance at the wedding reception that occurred from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Mr. Gloomsbury apparently felt some animosity toward Ellen Wyatt, and so, a bit after the reception ended at 10 p.m., he assaulted Miss Wyatt with the intent to kill her. The defendant fought back and ended up killing Mr. Bloomsbury. In other words, it was justified self-defense, correct? If that's the case, then the defendant might not be criminally responsible. He's right. Worst case scenario, I can go for self-defense to avoid the criminal charge. I wonder how Edgeworth plans to counter that, though. The prosecution's first witness will make my view on the matter clear, Your Honor. Very well. Bailiff, please bring in the first witness. Oh no, what? Uh, it's Emma. Yeah. Please state your name and occupation. Emma Sky, forensic investigator. And I'd just like to say, sir, that being in the same courtroom as you is a great honor. Hmm. Oh, that's right. You're a fan of Edgeworth's, aren't you, Emma? We're good friends and all, Mr. Wright. But just this once, I intend to faithfully and fully testify for the prosecution. And I do mean that wholeheartedly. I expect no less from you. Yes, sir. I'm going to do my very best. Looks like you lost the popularity contest to Mr. Edgeworth, Nick. Meh. I really could care less. Besides, she'll see who's the better lawyer once I win this trial. Yeah, maybe then you'll actually really care less. Now, Detective Sky, if you please. Witness testimony. Rundown of the case. The murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. The victim was hit with it from behind. He fell over, and he fell over right into the lantern. The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body, holding the murder weapon. The victim was struck twice, by the way. Hmm. He was struck twice? That's right. There's no mistake about it. The first blow was to the back of the victim's head. It was hard enough to knock him unconscious. Yet, despite the fact that he had been immobilized by the first blow, the defendant delivered a second fatal blow to the side of the victim's head. Which means, what exactly? Humph, I figured it would go right over your head. Let's put it this way, by striking the victim a second time. The defendant killed her last chance to escape from any criminal wrongdoing. She did? But how, Mr. Edgeworth? The defendant may have been fighting back because she was being attacked. However, she then went on to deliver a fatal blow to a man who was already fully unconscious. Nick, is he saying what I think he is? I don't feel so well. And thus, Mr. Wright has justified self-defense been removed from the table. The prosecution intends to prove that the defendant killed the victim with murderous intent. Allow me to belatedly submit the victim's autopsy report. Ah! So that's why he was acting all smug. Well, more smug than usual. It's fine, right? It's not like we were going to plead self-defense anyway, right? Right, but now the judge has a negative impression of Ellen. He may not get to prosecute much anymore, but he definitely hasn't lost his touch. Autopsy report added to the court record. Gloomsbury's head shows signs of being hit twice. The timekeeper was used as the murder weapon. Time of death, September 20th, 10 p.m., 1 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage from a strong blow to the head. One contusion was found on the back of the head and one on the side. The blows were caused by the same weapon. Jeez. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Oh boy. Cross-examination. Rundown of the case. The murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper.
Hold it!
Are you completely sure the murder weapon was the Timekeeper? Yes, completely. The shape of the injury on the victim's head matches up with that of the Timekeeper. And it's definitely heavy enough to kill someone with. But would the defendant have been able to pick up and swing something so heavy? I tried it myself, and I was able to lift it up just fine. Maybe you're just freakishly strong? Excuse me, Mr. Wright. I'll have you know that people on the force know me as the dainty forensic investigator. Sorry? But really, they're hardly a delicate flower. Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. Save your antics for after the trial, if you know how. Yes, sir. It won't happen again, sir. Moving on. The victim was hit with it from behind, and he fell over, right into the lantern.
Hold it!
The defendant was fighting back against the victim, right? If so, wouldn't she have hit him from the front and not from behind? The victim must have tried to run once Miss Wyatt started fighting back. That's probably when he got hit from behind. I see. Thus the blow to the back of his head. The defendant must have looked awfully scary when she was brandishing that clock. I don't know about that. Regardless of how scary Ellen looked, the victim was definitely hit from behind. May I go on? Yes, of course. Please do. The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body holding the murder weapon.
Hold it!
But that's only because she was so panicked when she found the body. that she tried to use the timekeeper to go back in time.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, do you have any idea how absurd you sound? Well, Miss Wyatt really believed she could travel through time with that clock. You really should have come up with a more credible story, you know. Yes, I agree. Me three, but it's all I've got to go on. Anyway, under the circumstances, the only conclusion we can draw is that the defendant killed the victim. The victim was struck twice, by the way.
Hold it!
Miss Wyatt must have had a chance to escape after she struck the victim the first time. So why would she stick around and hit him with such a heavy object again? Well, about that, allow me to explain. Why did she strike him again indeed? To finish off the victim, of course. This very act clearly shows that she had every intention of killing Mr. Gloomsbury. Erk. But Miss Wyatt would never do a thing like that. Then let's see some evidence that disproves my theory. Nah. Are you gonna just stand there and take that from him, Nick? I can't refute his claim head on, so I'll have to approach it from a different angle. Well, it looks like we won't be going anywhere until we can refute Edgeworth's claim. This is so exciting. We haven't taken on Mr. Edgeworth in ages. Yeah. Okay, Nick. Now go get him. No need to rush me, Maya. Yeah, because Maya was the co-counsel for Nick in case 2, 3, and 4 in the first game. Yeah. So this is Maya's 4th time with Phoenix as his co-counsel in this game for this case. No need to rush me, Maya. Alright, I better start by comparing Emma's testimony with the evidence we have, and look for any glaring inconsistencies. Alright. The victim was hit with it from behind, and he fell over, right into the lantern. That would be a contradiction right there, Miss Emma Sky. The victim's body was found collapsed inside one of the Pegable lanterns. Scattered around his body were flower petals, a note, and broken parts of the lantern. The petals were from flowers not found inside the reception hall. The victim was hit with it from behind, and he fell over right into the lantern. But it looks like he's been sprawled here in the front, not the back.
Objection!
Detective Sky, I'm afraid I have to apologize in advance. For what? For embarrassing you in front of your idol. That's messed up. What do you mean? If you take a look at this photo of the crime scene, you'll see that the victim is lying on his back. Well, if the victim had been hit from behind, as you claim, then he should have fallen over into the lantern, face down. Yep. Ah! It's not enough to simply take someone's side, Detective Sky, even if it's Mr. Edgeworth's. Oh. There does appear to be a flaw in Detective Sky's testimony. Hold it. Mr. Wright, if you think I'm going to just back right down, then you're sadly mistaken. Emma is unusually fired up today. Don't forget, She's in front of her hero, Nick. If the Steel Samurai came to watch this trial, I want to do my absolute best too. Listen, Mr. Wright, it's entirely possible that the defendant moved the victim's body after he fell over. In that case, there wouldn't be any contradiction, right? Indeed. That was an excellent counter-argument, Detective. You can count on me, sir. So, what do you have to say to that, Mr. Wright? Is it possible that the victim's body was moved after he fell into the lantern? It's not possible. Sorry, Detective, but there's no way the victim's body was moved after his death. Oh, really? And what makes you so sure? One look at this here, and it should become obvious. What proves that the victim's body had not been moved? Let's see, let me save this real quick. It will be the broken bits of the lantern. This part looks broken. What proves that the victim's body had not been moved?
Take that!
What exactly are you pointing at, Mr. Wright? Oh, this right here? What you're trying to communicate is not obvious at all, Mr. Wright. But this penalty should make my feelings on the matter pretty obvious, even to you. Oh, my bad. The only thing that's obvious right now is the pain in my attorney's badge. That's funny. Let me reload real quick. Nah. It's I know where it was. There it is. On the body. The broken bit right here.
Take that!
Those broken bits of the lantern? Excuse me. I gotta get my prop. My document. Yes. If the body had been moved after the fact, these fragments would have fallen off of it. But as you can clearly see, they're lying perfectly undisturbed on top of the body. This means that the victim must have been lying face up before the lantern even broke. Before the lantern even broke. You're right. But wait a minute. If that's true, then when was the victim killed? I mean, the lantern was still whole during the reception, right? Right, which means we've just overturned a major assumption about this case. If the victim was already dead before the lantern was even broken, then the body must have been inside the lantern since before the reception started. In other words, the defense asserts that the victim was killed before the wedding reception. What? In short, when Miss Wyatt was seen standing in front of the body after the reception, it wasn't the moment just after the murder was committed. It was the moment she happened to discover the body, just as Miss Wyatt claims. Ah!
Objection!
Hmm. Whether the act was committed before or after the reception is entirely inconsequential. After all, it was the defendant who prepared the reception hall for the event in question. Therefore, when the murder occurred, changes nothing with regard to her guilt. She could have killed the victim before the reception, as you claim, and then tried to hide his body in the lantern after the event ended.
Objection!
Sorry, but that doesn't make any sense. I mean, where would the body have been hidden during the reception in your scenario? Ugh, that's... Even you have to admit, Mr. Edgeworth, that this has opened up a new possibility. Do explain, Mr. Wright. Well, if Miss Wyatt didn't commit the crime in the reception hall, then that means someone, somewhere, put the victim's body into the lantern. I suppose that makes sense. A dead body couldn't have put itself in there. Exactly, Your Honor. In other words, if the murder actually occurred before the reception, it opens up the possibility that he was killed somewhere else. If the body was hidden inside the lantern, then it's possible that the body was moved along with it from somewhere else. Oh, you're right. You can run that mouth of yours all you want. But do you have any evidence to support what's coming out of it, Mr. Wright? Of course I do. I think the answer lies in that piece of evidence, and in something that was left at the crime scene that will point us to where the victim was really killed. Very well, Mr. Wright. In that case, what proves that the lantern and the body were moved from somewhere else? Why, the photo of the victim, Your Honor.
Take that!
Photo of the victim again? Well, yes. Yes. I'd like the court to focus on this thing right here. Right here. See that flower petal? What proves the murder took place somewhere else? The flower petal.
Take that!
Flower petals, Mr. Wright. Yep, right there in the leg and in the body. These petals are from a kind of flower that were not present in the reception hall. This means they must have gotten into the lantern when it was somewhere else. And just where do you propose this somewhere else to be, Mr. Wright? I propose that this piece of evidence will tell us where the flower petals came from. That will be the photo of the hold. 'Cause look, over there on the right, everybody, there's some flower petals over here. Might have been killed right here in the hold.
Take that!
Please take a look at the flowers in this picture of the hold. Notice how their petals are of the same shape as the petals in the crime scene photo. Yes, I see. They do look to be from the same kind of flower.
Objection!
Is that really all you've got? A flower is a flower. Is a flower. They're all the same. Edgeworth, no. There are many kinds of flowers. I would hardly call what you presented compelling evidence. I'm afraid I couldn't disagree with you more, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, snap. Udgy disagreed with Edgy, Mr. Edgeworth. Hmm. I gave a flower of this type to my lovely wife once when we were young. So I can assure you that this is a very meaningful and compelling evidence indeed. The soundness of my judgment in this matter is backed by nothing less than pure love. But, Your Honor, let it go, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear you don't know much about flowers. Let it go and move on. Let it go and move on. It's not like you have anyone you'd actually give any to, after all. Okay, that was a low blow, Phoenix. That's messed up. But maybe you should study up on them, just in case the opportunity presents itself. Ugh. This from the man who only knows the names of 3 types of flowers. That's hardly relevant to the case at hand. Oh my god. The defense asserts that it's highly probable that the victim was killed in the hold. If the body was then placed in the lantern and moved to the reception hall for some reason, it would completely destroy the prosecution's case. Then you mean the body was... Yes, the victim's body was... inside the lantern during the entire beautiful wedding reception, while the defendant and her betrothed were celebrating their love. What?
Objection!
Hmm. Your smooth talk might work on his... Your smooth talk might work on his honor, but it won't work on me. What are you talking about now? Take another look at all the evidence, and you'll soon see what I mean. I wish he would just tell me already. Detective Sky, I'm sure you've already figured out what I'm talking about, correct? Of course, sir. Mr. Wright is the only one here who hasn't. Why don't you leave this to me, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh no. Very well. Let's see what you can do. Detective Sky, please give your testimony to this court. Witness testimony. The prosecution's rebuttal. The victim could not have been killed before the reception. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception. And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong. Short testimony is short. It's clear Mr. Gloomsbury was killed after the reception. And that completely contradicts your claim. Stop, Boosh. I guess so. Hello there, Zophar. Estimated time of F. Oh my god. Oh my god, Zophar. I just thought of this silly notion, idea that just popped up in my mind. I don't know. It could be just like insert name of game here that you're playing and be like, what would be the estimated time of when's the next time? Oh wait, I just remembered. Oh my god. I remember when I suggested that one poll. I think it was in Breath of Fire 2. Well, so far, make it back to town because you had like no whatchamacallit. You had no supplies, no way to heal yourself. That was like the worst thing. And it's like some little gamba. Will Zolfar make it back to town before he drops dead? Before he games over? Oh my god. And some people, and you actually did make it back too. I'm glad you did too, because oh man, I could imagine the progress that would have been lost. I would have been furious too, honestly. If I was in your shoes, anyone's shoes, anything's relatable to that. That's why, basic 101 rules of any RPG, JRPG, Western RPG, what have you. You always want to make sure, you know, just taking notes. Always make sure that you are always prepared with supplies. A steady, like potion supplies, maybe some ethers. I don't know. I always felt like, in the case of Final Fantasy, I always feel like ethers were so freaking expensive in the beginning. I always think about Final Fantasy 4, or rather, in our case, years ago, Final Fantasy 2 on the Super Nintendo, when it's actually part 4. I always felt ethers are so freaking expensive for some godforsaken reason. But yes, oh my god, I don't know. I think you would have bounced back. I mean, it's a tough pill to swallow, you know. It's like, oh my gosh, you're out in the middle, and oh my god, the anxiety of not making it back, or when you try to run away, and like sometimes the run function fails. No, but half the time it works. The run function. But yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, Lunar Series Starlights and Silver Lights, crazy expensive. Yeah. Thanks, Working Designs. But yeah, good to see you so far. Hmm. I guess so. Tell me you look at Lisa cursory glance at the autopsy report, Mr. Wright. It appears you've grown rusty since our last outing. Oh no. Might I suggest you go back and brush up on the basics? And we were just talking about the basics. Sure, though I must say, you're as cocky as ever, Mr. Edgeworth. I beg your pardon? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? I'm just saying that I'll go back to basics if that's what Mr. Edgeworth wants. I'll prove how badly he's underestimated me with a good old-fashioned cross-examination. Very well. Let's see you put your money where your mouth is, Mr. Wright. Okay, Judgy. Okay, Udgy. Judgy, Udgy. The prosecution's rebuttal. The victim could not have been killed before the reception.
Hold it!
You sound pretty certain. You must have some solid grounds for making that claim, right? Of course I do. And you're going to feel silly when I show you what they are. Ready? Feast your eyes on this. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception.
Hold it!
I've read the autopsy report too, you know. Then you don't need me to explain it to you, right? How there's no way the victim could have been killed before the reception, I mean? Detective Sky, I think you've overlooked something big. I have? Why don't you take another look at the evidence? Well, I've already looked at all the evidence, and quite carefully too, I'll have you know. Detective Sky, do not be taken in by his verbal antics. He is simply bluffing, as always. Right, sir. Damn it, Edgeworth. And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong.
Hold it!
Is it possible that the culprit did something to obscure the real time of death? No, not in this case. There was no snow or anything to keep the body from decomposing. And there's no fridge on that airship big enough to fit a body into. So you've already checked into that, I see. It all comes down to the estimated time of death, doesn't it? Couldn't the killer mess with the victim's time of death by keeping the body on ice? Yeah, if they had the means to. The prosecution is treating the estimated time of death as an absolute. But is it really? I take it you don't think it is, huh, Nick? In that case, we're gonna have to find a way to convince them otherwise. Yeah, there's gotta be a way somehow. Alright, and there is a way. Cause this is the contradiction right here. And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong. So, let's review, shall we? So, according to the autopsy report, the estimated time of death was between 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. However, over here, with this piece of evidence, the fog machine, large amounts of dry ice were placed in the fog machine to produce a thick fog during the reception. There was a detail about that fog machine back at the investigation.
Objection!
That's a tricky one. I admit that the estimated time of death does contradict my theory. Finally, that means your theory that the victim was killed before the reception is still entirely plausible. Huh? What makes you think that? The killer could have falsified the time of death by using a certain item in the reception hall. Please take a look at this. And what is that contraption, Mr. Wright? It's a fog machine, Your Honor, used to create a special romantic atmosphere in the hall. And this machine could have been used to falsify the time of death? Yes, Your Honor, because this machine uses dry ice to perform its magic. Dry ice? Ah, yes. The super cold stuff commonly used to make the theatrical fog, right? I see. So your claim is that this dry ice was used to keep the body cold? Oh. In that case, I guess the victim could have been killed before the reception. Order. Order in this court! Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this development? That the victim was killed in the hold before the wedding reception? The prosecution acknowledges the possibility of this claim. Now we're getting somewhere. The prosecution would also like to thank you, Mr. Wright. Huh? For what? I didn't know how a certain piece of evidence fit into this case. But now, thanks to you, I do. What piece of evidence? To get into the hold, one needs a key card, like this one. Oh. Hold entry record, number 34. Dumas Gloomsbury, the victim. Entry number 35. Pierce Nickety, the butler. And entry number 36, Ellen Wyatt, the defendant, the bride. And here we have a record of those who entered the hold with such key cards. The times aren't specified, but these are the last 3 entries on the day of the murder. And as you can see, the last person to enter the hold that day was the defendant. What? So the one who moved the body out of the hold must have been? That's right. It was none other than the defendant. Hold entry record added to the court record. A record of the key cards used to access the airship hold. Oh boy. Let's take a look at that one more time. Alright. Hey Nick, take a look at this entry record. There are a couple of other names on here besides Ellen's. Hey, you're right. According to the entry record, Mr. Edgeworth, Pierce Nickety had also gone into the hold. Isn't it possible that he could have been the culprit?
Objection!
Sorry, but Mr. Nickety was escorting a few of the guests at the time. I'm sure they would be happy to testify to that fact, if you'd like. Think me cocky all you'd like, Mr. Wright, but my confidence is rarely misplaced. Now then, it's probably safe to assume that after killing the victim in the hold, the defendant moved his body to the hall in order to dispose of it discreetly. What do you mean by discreetly? The defendant volunteered to take care of the reception's cleanup personally. That means she would have had the chance to dispose of anything in any way she wanted, including taking the lantern off the airship without raising any suspicion. Don't tell me you didn't know about Miss Wyatt volunteering for cleanup duty, Mr. Wright. For my last task as a servant of the Sprocket household, I offered to take on the preparation and cleanup of the reception banquet. I see. Oh no. Yeah! Look at you, sweating buckets like a rookie, even after all these years. Nevertheless, thank you for proving that the only person who could have killed the victim in the hold is... Ellen Wyatt! Ah! Oh no. Great job, Phoenix. Now we're back to square one. Perhaps you should ask Miss Sykes for some help in reviewing Defense for Dummies. Way to go, sir. You got Mr. Wright in a cold sweat. Whose side are you on? Oh yeah, she's on Edgeworth's. I wonder if maybe the promise of seeing that miserable look on his face is what brought me back to court today. It certainly made all of my stress and woes as chief prosecutor just melt away. I guess he had a lot of stress built up. I'll give him something to stress over before we're through today. Oh snap. Your Honor, the prosecution asks that you render your verdict at this time, before that man over there tries to throw the court into chaos with his meaningless bluffs. I see. Mr. Wright. Are there any last meaningful bluffs you'd like to present to this court? Yes. Why does he have to assume it'll be a bluff? Nick, hurry up and throw a good one out there. I will. Well, alright then. Let's see. I've got it. How do you know it was Miss Wyatt who used her key card? After all, if it turns out that somebody else used her card, it would mean Miss Wyatt didn't do it. Interesting. And are you able to prove this bluff to be true? I assure you, I'm not bluffing, Your Honor. Well, now what? Wait a minute, Nick. I can think of a certain somebody who must have used Ellen's key card. You can? Remember? The one who was sneaking around the hold in spite of not being a family member? Oh, that's right. Your Honor, the defense would like to call a certain witness to the stand. Oh no. I need the testimony of this person who may have entered a hold with Miss Wyatt's card. This man right here, Larry Butts.
Take that!
That's her witness? Are you saying that numbskull was on the airship? He never breathed a word about that to me. Nope. That's not surprising because Mr. Nickety told him to keep quiet about it. But Mr. Butts himself admitted it to me. He claimed to have found a way to sneak into the Flying Chapel's hold to see Miss Wyatt. This photo he took and gave to me as proof. And was it he who moved the lantern with the body inside to the reception hall? You know as well as I that with him, anything is possible. And this is one possibility we should definitely look into. I can't believe this. What in the world is he doing mixed up in this? Well, when something smells, it's usually the butts. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Remember what we've been saying since elementary school? Yep. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Exactly. Ugh, that Larry. He'll pay for this. Well, if you want to extract your payment now, he's right up there in the gallery. Yikes! Bailiff, seize the witness before he makes a run for it. No! Why does this stuff always happen to me? Because you were nearby, Larry. Poor Edgeworth, ha ha ha. Sorry, Larry, but you brought this on yourself, that too. Let us break for a 15-minute recess. I ask that both sides prepare for the next witness's testimony during this time. Yeah, I get to go down the slide and the merry-go-round and the swing set. That's what I do for every court recess. And maybe play in the sandbox. September 22nd. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. Wow, it's been a while since I've had this much fun and excitement. I face off against Mr. Edgeworth, a harrowing tightrope walk for the defense. Woo, I'm exhausted already. Boss! Hey, it's Athena. I'm here for moral support. Athena, are you all done practicing for Trucy's magic show? Well, to be perfectly honest, I sort of ran away. But that's because she was putting my life in danger, I tell you. I see. I think I'll need to have a one-on-one with her. You're really athletic and fit, Athena, so Trucy probably thinks she can run you ragged. That may be true, which is why not even Trucy can keep up with me when I run at full speed. Ha! Looks like you spoke too soon, Athena. Never underestimate the resourcefulness of a great magician. Oh no. Huh? Magical girl Trucy Wright is on the scene. No! Now, Athena, it's time to practice human combustion magic. Go on, douse yourself in this gasoline. Oh my god. But don't worry, it's a magic trick after all, so it's perfectly safe. Oh no. Run away! Hey, you. You're not getting off that easily. They get along so well, don't they? It reminds me of the good old days. You, me, and Pearlie. Oh, and Detective Gumshoe. Can't forget him. Ah! Maya. See, Maya never forgot Detective Gumshoe. I swear, like, honestly, I really do miss Detective Gumshoe. Even though his last appearance in the main timeline in Apollo Justice, even though in that flashback case he felt like a little out of character, but there's still parts where I do miss Gumshoe's presence, and I like that he's always helping out, you know, Phoenix, you know, especially like when he's under, when he's like helping Edgeworth at the same time, and then that one stint of his with Von Karma. I do miss Detective Gumshoe. It's sad that, like, I don't know, and I don't know if the quality of the other cases of Dual Destiny in this game, it's like, couldn't they have at least brought Gumshoe back here? They could have involved him. Like, I know the writers, they always think of, I know, it's like a writer decision or whatever. Like, it didn't fit with the grand scheme of things. But hey, at least Gumshoe got a mention here. Ah, well. That's why I'm saving the best for last, everybody. When I do both of the Miles Edgeworth games, because, hey, Gumshoe's in those games. Well, I don't know about the second Investigations game, because I didn't play that one yet. But I know he's in the first one. And that's how I like to remember Gumshoe as well, if I were going by game release. Because, man, even though, man, the way that Gumshoe was in Apollo Justice from that one flashback case, eh. But yeah, anywho, I'm done with reminiscing about Detective Gumshoe because I think he's still cool. He's such a cool character. He's definitely a top 10 character still for me. We had all kinds of fun at the crime scenes back then, remember? Leaving me to do all the serious investigating, as I recall. Court will soon be back in session, Mr. Wright. Right, thank you. So Larry's the next witness, right? I can't wait to see what happens. Sadly, I can already imagine it. Oh man. Alright. So after these two cross examinations, just a little heads up for you all. That's after I'm done with this trial, I'm gonna call it here. And I'll finish off this case by tomorrow. September 22nd, District Court, courtroom number 6. Court will now reconvene. Nick, Edgy, the two of you are gonna hang me out to dry, aren't you? No, not the both of us. Just Mr. Wright. Nick, how could you? Oh no. I don't really think he did it, of course, but I've gotta use whatever leads I can. Mr. Butts, there's a possibility you moved a lantern that had a dead body in it. So if you want to clear yourself of any suspicion, all you have to do is testify. Now then, your testimony, please. Witness. Oh no. Nick is a jerk face. Nick is a jerk face. Nick, you big fat stinking jerk. How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school. Well, get this, pal. Our friendship's over. Oh no, that wasn't even a testimony. Yep, nothing but silence. I agree with you all. Well, go ahead, Mr. Wright. He's all yours. Why me? You're the one who called him to the stand, so he's your responsibility. True. Thanks, old chum. Can't any of you show me a little respect, even just a shred? You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. I would, if there were any testimony to cross-examine. Oh my god. Cross-examination. Nick is a jerk face. Oh my god. First, let's get this flavor text. Well, I guess about all I can do is try to get some kind of statement out of him somehow. Good luck. You just press all the statements. Sick, you big fat stinking jerk.
Hold it!
Come on, Larry. Can't you please give me something real to work with? Don't think I don't know about your tricks. If I say something careless, you're gonna shove some evidence at me with a loud objection and a super smug look on your face. Yeah, well, that is my job. And if I get found guilty, how are you gonna take responsibility for what you've done? Why should I take responsibility for just doing my job? You heartless jerk. Don't you have any compassion for me? How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, Mr. Butts, but if it wasn't Miss Wyatt that entered the hold of that card, then you're the most likely suspect. Nick, are you seriously doubting the innocence of your old childhood friend? Well, technically yes. But if it isn't personal, I assure you. Oh, a true friend would believe in me no matter what. Can't you see my tears? Don't they mean anything to you? Nick! Nick! You don't really think you can cry your way out of this, do you? Okay, fine. In that case... Well, get this, pal. Our friendship's over.
Hold it!
Larry, listen to me. Shut up! I'm not talking to you anymore. This is getting us nowhere. I agree. Come off it, Larry. If you don't quit fooling around and start testifying, Miss Wyatt will be found guilty. There you go. For real? Yeah, do it for Ellen. If no new information comes out of this cross-examination, then yes, Mr. Butts, for real. Not that I would have a problem with that myself. Edgeworth, you heartless bastard. Larry, just tell us the truth already. Did you or didn't you go into the hold and move a lantern up to the reception hall? I never moved any bull lantern, I tell ya. Bull lantern? What? Did I say something weird? You told me that you didn't attend the wedding reception. Can you believe they told me only family and relatives could attend? They wouldn't even let me into the reception hall. Uh, yeah, so what? Then that's odd. No one in this courtroom ever mentioned the sex of the lantern that was moved. Oh no. So how could you know that it was a bull lantern? You didn't have to actually go to the reception to know that. Anyone could tell there were two Pega by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet. All I can tell right now is that there's a strong scent of bull in the air in here. BS. Please add that last statement to your testimony, Mr. Butts. Anyone could tell there were two Pega by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet.
Hold it!
Seriously, Larry, if you're hiding something, you better fess up now. I'm telling you, I don't know nothing. Why do you have to doubt me so much? Why? Because you're you, that's why. Reggie, you think Nick's being awful to me, don't you? So you tell him. Tell Nick what a big meanie he is. I would, if I thought he was being one. Not you two. Why doesn't anybody ever take my side? I wish I didn't have to doubt him. But something about what he just said doesn't add up. You finally got a decent statement out of him, huh, Nick? Yeah, finally. It sure took a lot of work, though. I hope all this leads somewhere. And it did, Nick. It did, Mr. Wright. Because if you look at the pamphlet right here, two Pega bulls, as he said. There's one Pega cow and one Pega bull. You could just be like, actually, there was one Pega cow and one Pega bull. So yeah, there's your contradiction right there.
Objection!
I want you to take a look at this, Mr. Butts. Because unfortunately for you, the pamphlet clearly shows a Pega cow and a Pega bull in their example diagram of the reception hall. Huh? But on that day, instead of putting a Pega cow and Pega bull out for the bride and groom, there were two male Pega bulls on display. Yet somehow, you know there were two Pega bulls in the reception hall that day. There's only one way you'd know something like that, Larry. It was you who moved the Pega bull to the reception hall, wasn't it? Ah! No. Larry. You didn't. Mr. Butts, did you move the lantern containing the victim's body to the reception hall? That's what it looks like. What? Hold it. Wait, Nick. You don't think I'm the murderer, do you? Maybe you and Mr. Gloomsbury were fighting over Miss Wyatt, and you ended up killing him? Maya, not you too! Look, I did sneak into the reception, but that's as far as it went. You know me, I wanted her to fly. You snuck into the reception? Yeah, sure, but some of the Sprocket men caught up and locked me up in one of the cabins. It was pretty awful, actually. Well, that's when I made that drawing of the pterodactyl I showed you, Nick. Ixnay on the aerodactyl, Tay, Larry. That's a funny line. Mr. Wright, not even you would make this would take this farce that far, would you? We are talking about Larry. What do I do? Do I accuse Larry of being the true culprit? No, of course not. No, you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Butts didn't have a reason to kill Mr. Gloomsbury. He might have had an imaginary reason to kill Soren Sprocket, sure, but not Mr. Gloomsbury. After all, he did steal Mr. Sprocket's bride and tried to elope with her. Just 'cause I try to steal somebody's bride doesn't make me a murderer. I believe you, Larry, and I don't think you killed anybody either. You would never do anything like that. Rick, old buddy, old pal, I knew you'd come through for me. Funny that, considering your sworn testimony just now that we were through. Yeah, funny that, considering your sworn testimony just now that we were through. Mr. Butts, it's time you told this court the whole truth. Understood? Yes, Larry, tell us the whole truth. Moving the lantern. It's just like Nick said. I'm the one who moved the lantern. Oh no. Oh, Larry. I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken. There was a note on it that said, exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen. So I decided to do Ellie a favor. Oh boy. This is the final cross-examination, by the way, everybody. Just to let you all know. So you switched the lanterns before the reception, did you? Then that means the victim really was killed before the reception. Broken lantern updated in the court record. The lantern in which the victim's body was found. Larry wheeled it from the hold to the reception hall before the reception began. It would appear that Mr. Butts completely fell for the defendant's scheme. Scheme? What scheme? This note's from the defendant. Exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen. Mr. Butts moved the lantern with the body in it up to the reception hall because of this note, and thus he has become a suspect in Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. That second lantern did feel pretty heavy, but I never would have thought there was a dead body in it. What was a note like that doing on a lantern in the first place? Hold it! Hold it! You got it all wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. I left that note for myself. It was simply a reminder because I could be very forgetful.
Objection!
Oh no. What a sorry excuse, Miss Wyatt. The prosecution contends that this note shows one facet of the defendant's murderous plan. And you, Mr. Butts, you played right into Miss Wyatt's hands. No way, Edgy! I don't believe it!
Objection!
You still really believe Mr. Wyatt to be the culprit, Mr. Edgeworth? Humph, of course. My stance on the matter remains unchanged. If you think I'm wrong, then prove it with your cross-examination. Gladly. Very well. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Oh boy, here it is. The final testimony of the day. Moving the lantern. Oh, of the evening, I meant to say. It's just like Nick said. I'm the one who moved the lantern.
Hold it!
Why didn't you tell us that sooner? Because I knew you guys were gonna be suspicious of me, that's why. We're suspicious of you now because you try to hide it. My thoughts exactly. Humph. Well, now I've told you. Happy? So how about letting me go? No, not yet. We need you to stick around to sort a few things out. Grr, fine. I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken.
Hold it!
The lantern you swapped out was a female Pegamoo. A Pegacal, right? Yeah, I guess. Why did you replace a female lantern with a male one? Because I was too busy trying not to get caught. I didn't have time to check our little details like that. If you didn't want to get caught, you could have just left well enough alone, you know. Whatever. Anyway, when I took a look at the broken lantern, I saw there was a note on it that said, exchange with the one in the hold, Helen.
Hold it!
That note wasn't addressed to you, was it? Well, I guess not, but how could I let my dear sweet Ellie do all that hard physical labor on her own? It's precisely that thought process that constantly gets you in trouble, Larry. Besides, it was my big chance to show her how much I cared about her. Oh boy. Knowing Larry, he definitely did something stupid somewhere along the way. Wow, Larry sure is one special guy. Not everyone has the privilege of being this distrusted by their best friends. Assuming he can't be trusted from the get-go usually makes things easier, I've learned. Oh, I see. You totally trust him to be totally untrustworthy. Yeah, I guess that just about sums it up. Oh boy. So I decided to do Ellie a favor.
Hold it!
Nobody saw you. Nobody saw you the whole time while you were switching the lanterns? Nope. I didn't get caught. Not that time anyway. Not that time? Yeah, when I tried to sneak into the reception hall the first time, I didn't have as much luck. Those sprocket guys spotted me and nabbed me. All of my words are failing me right now. Pretty exciting, don't you think? Larry, you need help. And then they locked me up in one of the cabins. Nick, what are you asking about stuff like this for anyway? Shouldn't you be trying to prove Ellie's innocence? Well, is that statement of his important to the case? Of course, it's important. Mr. Butt's trying to crash the reception and subsequently getting locked up in a cabin. I believe these might be important facts in this case, Your Honor. Very well, Mr. Butts. Please add that statement to your testimony. I tried to sneak into the reception hall. Hold up. I tried to sneak into the reception hall, but I got caught and locked up in a cabin.
Hold it!
So you got locked up, then what happened? It broke out. Then I started looking for Ellie and wandered into the reception hall. Again. That's when I saw the broken lantern and replaced it. Even after they caught you and locked you up, you still went looking for Miss Wyatt? But hold on a minute. What is it, Nick? Maya doesn't something weird? Maya, doesn't something seem weird to you? Larry is saying he replaced the lantern after he broke out of the cabin. That's right. Oh, wait. Huh? You're right. It doesn't make much sense, does it? Mr. Wright, have you found an inconsistency in the witness's statement? Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. Mr. Butts moved the lantern after he broke out of the cabin, but that contradicts with this, the broken lantern. It was wheeled from the hold to a reception hall before the reception began.
Take that!
Is that? Yes, it's the broken lantern, Your Honor. Mr. Butts, what you're saying doesn't make any sense at all. What? Why not? You swapped the lanterns before the reception began, right? Yeah, that's what I said, isn't it? But you also just said that you swapped the lanterns after you got locked up in the cabin for trying to sneak into the reception. In other words, you're saying you swapped the lanterns both before the reception and after the reception took place. That certainly doesn't make any sense, does it? Mr. Butts, did you swap the lanterns before or after the reception? Which was it, before or after? There's a world of difference between the two. Well, Mr. Butts, I guess I can't expect guys like you to understand. In a nutshell, it was both before and after the reception. What? I tried to sneak into the first reception and got locked up. The first reception? Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going. Then, through the power of Ellie's pendant, time got rewound, and we went back to the time before the reception. It was after that when I replaced the lantern. So it was both before the reception and after the reception. Get it? We went back in time to before the reception. So of course the reception would take place one more time after that, right? That's why what I said makes perfect sense. Mr. Wright, what in the world is the witness talking about? Has he developed some sort of intellectual ailment I'm not aware of since I saw him last? Well, none of the sprockets seem to remember the time skip, but I do. And Ellie remembers it too. I think the power of our love for each other made that miracle happen. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but could you please translate this man's gibberish so the rest of us can understand? So now I have to be the one to explain about the whole time travel thing? Yes. Go on, Nick. I know you can do it. Looks like you don't have much choice, Nick. To heck with it. I can't lose any more of my dignity today anyway. Yes, you can. The defendant, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has told the defense the following strange story. She said that after the reception ended, she was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. She claims that, as she was being assaulted, she made a wish upon her pendant. Please take me back to that blissful moment. In doing so, time apparently rewound itself to just before the reception began. It's what? I know it's hard to believe, but think about it this way. Through the power of the pendant, both Ellen Wyatt and Larry Butts experienced time travel. What? What? Oh no.
Objection!
What absolute rubbish! Mr. Wright, I've heard my fair share of your nonsense over the years. But this takes the cake. Have you thoroughly lost your mind?
Objection!
But this is simply the conclusion I came to. Using that logic ability you love so much. What? The truth of the matter is, the future president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket, has been researching time machines. So what if a time machine has already been successfully created? And what if that's one of Sprocket Aviation's top secret inventions? A time machine? Yeah! I even saw something while we were time traveling. I saw a pterodactyl flying through the sky. Maybe the airship was set to travel through time for their honeymoon trip? What? A pterodactyl?
Objection!
Yes, Chuck. Larry Butts is being cross-examined. Ah. Yeah. Let's see. So Soren's older sister, she passed away due to her injuries from a car accident. Okay. You can't possibly have any evidence to back up your ridiculous time travel story. Well, Hmm, as I thought. In any case, I now have the evidence to prove that you're no more intelligent than Larry. Hold it! Not so fast now, Edgy. I'm not the same old Larry you used to know. Oh. You want evidence? I've got your evidence right here. This is a photo I secretly took of the first reception. What? What? Oh no. Damn it, Larry. Larry! I can't believe you! Well, anyway, good job. If we compare the photos of the first and second receptions and can find a difference, then we'll be able to prove that the reception was held twice. But do you really think such a difference exists? Yes, Your Honor. I just need some time to find it for you. This is preposterous. There's the grumpy face, Chuck. Very well. Please show the court what's different then. This is proof positive that the wedding reception was held twice. Oh, if you're wondering about the case's placement in the story, Chuck, this takes place after the fifth case of this game. This takes place after the Turnabout Revolution. Phoenix, he's taking this case. This is what the case is about in a... Oh, thank you. Thanks for taking care of that bot for me. So, in a nutshell, so a man's threatening to throw a bride to be overboard along with her time machine. The woman begs to be taken back to that blissful moment, and the time machine obliges her, and she's taken back to just before the reception. How mysterious. But yeah. So check the whole case right now. So this lovely lady here, Ellen Wyatt, um, Larry ran off with her, but she was a suspect, to killing this dude, Dumas Gloomsbury. Yeah, this is the victim. He's also known as Mr. Doom and Gloom. You could tell by his look at his face. His cause of death was cerebral hemorrhage from a strong blow to the head. This is the murder weapon, by the way. The timekeeper. It's a clock with a secret mechanism. And so far, we have 3 witnesses, which would be, this is the defendant, Ellen, Larry, and then there's also, this is Ellen's fiance, Soren Sprocket, and this is the butler, Pierce Nickety, and yeah. So right now, we're cross-examining Larry in the first day of the trial, and yeah, we're getting to the bottom of this case. We're on the last bit of testimony of Larry. So, here goes. This is proof positive that the wedding reception was held twice. What proves that the 2 receptions took place? Well, before I point out the difference, check this out. So in the court record here, as you see here, this is a picture of Ellen in the hold, and there's a different bouquet of flowers here. Oh, there it is, the photo reception. Here's the photo of the reception. She's holding a different set of flowers. They're a different kind of flowers. But the color of the flowers is totally different. Different color and different types. What proves that the 2 receptions took place? Check this out.
Take that!
Please redirect your attention to Miss Wyatt's bouquet of flowers. In the photo of one of her in-laws took, the defendant is holding a yellow bouquet. But in the photo Mr. Butts took, she is holding a red bouquet. You're right. That's impossible. What does this mean? It means that the defendant really did experience 2 wedding receptions. And she did that when she traveled back through time. What? Oh boy. Travel back in time. Nick! You did it! You proved Ellen's time travel story to be true. Yeah, I can hardly believe it myself. It's just as Ellen said. The reception was held twice. This turns every assumption we based this trial on upside down.
Objection!
Uh-oh. And Edgeworth objects, of course, because why wouldn't he? I refuse to accept such a ludicrous argument. It is pure fiction under the guise of pseudoscience at best. There is simply no such thing as time travel. I know it's hard, but can't you suspend your disbelief for 1 nanosecond, Edgeworth? No, he cannot. I bet sci-fi movies push all your buttons the wrong way, don't they, Mr. Edgeworth? I can totally picture you yelling, "That never happened," every 5 seconds at the screen. Maybe you should stay away from movie dates altogether. That's neither here nor there. This is real life we're talking about. Now, look, I could bring up spirit channeling, but in all quote unquote seriousness, Edgeworth, you know, he has every right to believe that, time travel is impossible, much like, you know, in real life. It's all fantasy. This is real life we're talking about. But the proof is clearly shown in the two photographs. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. No
Objection!
matter. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how inexplicit. Fine. I'll entertain your absurd illusion, if only to demolish it before your very eyes. What? Let's start with this, then, shall we? There is one thing your time travel theory fails to explain. And that is the memories of the other guests there. The defendant and Larry remember the reception occurring twice. But no member of the Sprocket family has even mentioned such a thing. That's because the time
Objection!
machine. That's because the time machine is classified technology. Objection. I'm not done, you bird brain. Bird brain? I mean, you're a phoenix. As I was saying, if the entire family had been sworn to secrecy, then why hadn't they sworn the woman who was marrying into the family to secrecy too? That's a good point. Honestly, all it takes is a little common sense, Mr. Wright. Even still, how do we know that the trip through time did not really occur? There is proof in the photos that it did. And besides, if time travel doesn't exist, well, I'd be a little disappointed, frankly. I was hoping to go back to the days of my youth. You mustn't allow yourself to be taken in by Mr. Wright's whimsical tales, Your Honor. I've read about it in various literature, you see. And they all say that time travel is just not logically feasible. Ugh. Maybe our argument was just a little maybe our argument was just a little too nonsensical, Nick. Well, in that case, why don't we put common sense to the test? Excuse me? The wedding reception was held twice. The photos are proof of that. But it wasn't because of time travel. It's simply because the reception had actually been held twice. Isn't that the most reasonable way to interpret the situation? Would you care to elaborate, Mr. Wright? If time travel doesn't exist, then there's only one way to make sense of what happened. Somebody must have orchestrated this strange phenomenon. And that somebody is... Oh my god. That's a funny, Hang on, everybody. I know what the real answer is. Let's pick the gods. Such a mysterious phenomenon could only have been caused by the gods themselves. I suppose the gods would be able to rewind time, or make the wedding reception happen twice, wouldn't they? Indeed they would, Your Honor. In that case, Mr. Wright, please bring these gods here to testify before this court. Maya? Do you think you could? Not a chance. On behalf of the gods who can't be here today, please have some divine punishment. I knew I was reaching with that one. I guess I better come up with something more grounded next time. Ah, that was too funny. All right. Nah, the real answer is everyone at the reception. What if all the guests at the reception conspired together to hold the reception twice and keep quiet about it? What? And for what purpose would they conspire to do such a thing? Well, someone's clapping. Ha ha ha! A brilliant deduction, defense. Ah, I can tell that you're not a renowned lawyer for nothing. I must say, I underestimated you. How so, Mr. Nickety? You have managed to name each event precisely as they happened. You have revealed it all to the light of day. Then that means it was us. We orchestrated the whole thing. Yes, the reception was held twice. But not because of time travel, no. We simply held it a second time. What? Why? Why would you do such a thing? To make it as though the murder Miss Ellen committed never happened. Mm. Master Sword figured that if Miss Ellen, who killed Gloomsbury after the first reception, experienced the reception one more time, she would think it was all a dream. It was he who ordered us to make it happen. However, only a few, myself included, knew of Miss Ellen's crime. Are you saying most of the guests attended 2 receptions without knowing why? Indeed, they needed no reason. Master Sword told them to do it, and do it they did. That is the Sprocket's way. Then who hid the body in the lantern? We did. But we did not anticipate the petals finding their way in, nor the actions of Mr. Butts. And that's how you intended to cover the whole situation up? There is just one thing everyone here has wrong. The real scene of the murder was not the hold. It was the Vista deck. What? Then Miss Wyatt's recollection of the events must be correct. I admit we tried to cover this incident up, but the fact that Miss Ellen killed Gloomsbury is undeniable. This is quite a turn of events. Quite. And so it appears we have arrived at the truth at last. Now, please do feel free to travel back in time, Mr. Wright, and attempt to do this trial over again. Go on. Let's not get hasty, Edgeworth. I bet you can't do it. I bet I can't either. Your Honor, we will have to hold a separate trial for the cover-up conspiracy later. But as far as this case goes, I believe we are ready for your ruling.
Objection!
just before the defendant lost consciousness during her attack. She says she saw someone strike the victim. It's possible that this third party is the true culprit.
Objection!
You still want us to believe the defendant's words. Perhaps you've lost more than your touch during your time abroad. But this third person nonsense is nothing but rubbish, and you know it. No, because Ellen did see a shadowy figure behind Mr. Gloomsbury.
Objection!
But by the same token, how can we trust those who conspired and lied to fool this court of law? For all we know, they might still be hiding something. You never know when to quit, do you? Now, calm down, both of you. In any case, there isn't enough trustworthy information yet for me to render a verdict. I suggest we continue the trial after both sides have investigated the matter further. Very well, Your Honor. Phew! That was close. Mr. Nickety, as for you and your cohorts' attempt to cover up this crime, your case will be brought to a separate trial following the resolution of this current one. Understood, Your Honor. Well then, this concludes today's trial. Court is adjourned. And that is a good place to stop, everybody. So, I'm going to save my game here. And that's when we're going to call it. Now, tomorrow, everybody. Tomorrow, I will complete this case. It's a strange one. Quite the strange case, by the sounds of things and what the events have transpired. But yes, join me for the exciting conclusion of, well, according to the timeline, this is where, as of now, Ace Attorney, at least Phoenix Wright's arc, ends until Capcom announces a seventh mainline game. But that's okay, everybody, because, like I said, you're still going to get more Ace Attorney out of me. I want to look into maybe some other legally distinct Ace Attorney games, because there's a couple out there. And I haven't played the Great Ace games. Again, those are going to be June and July. I'm going to be doing June and July. Here's the rest of the timeline. So June and July, I'll be doing both of the games. And then August will be the first Miles Edgeworth game. And September will be the second Miles Edgeworth game, which I've never played. So yeah. All right, everybody. I'm going to find ourselves a raid target. All right. Oh, I knew that. Forgot to press yes. Anyway. Alrighty, everybody. I'm gonna find ourselves a raid target. Hmm. Chucks. Let's see. I could go out to them, perhaps, maybe. We'll see. Hmm. I could. I could potentially go to them, I mean. Hmm. This might seem fun and entertaining. Maybe I'll go out to this individual. Yeah, I think I'll go on out to this dude. I don't go out to this guy too often, but they're pretty all right. They're pretty cool. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna go on out to Tibbiger, Fox VTuber, and He is currently playing for the first time ever, Resident Evil Requiem. His first time, a fine choice. It does look like a great game too. Like I've seen it being played, and a lot of people seem to be loving this one too. All right, everybody. It's a short list today, but hey, better than no list. I'd like to thank the following. I'd like to thank Famous Adventurer, Chuckman, and Zophar. Thank you all so much. You all made my super short list, and yeah, it's fine. Um, to anybody out there that was lurking, thank you for lurking my channel. Appreciate the lurk. Um, join me tomorrow as I complete this case tomorrow. Yeah, that's all I got. All right, everybody. Thank you all for watching. And remember to go in peace. And I'll see you all in court tomorrow. I'll see you all for investigating the crime scene and in court one more time. And then I'll see you all in court next month. Because, yeah, I got other stuff planned for this month. Man, it's been great. Man, Spirit of Justice really is a long one. That's for sure. But hey, it's a good one. Yeah, this track is called Logic and Trick. This was from the first game. Right.